Hey guys, welcome back to the Vid-Bits. I'm Brian. I'm joined here by the Chief, right? You're here, right? Tell him. Tell him you're here. Tell him. Tell him. Say hi. Come on, tell him. Chief? Chief, speak. Come on. Oh, you don't want him, huh? Chief. Come on. Tell everybody what's going on with you. You're not allowed to have jalapeno poppers, Chief. I know. That's why you're hanging out. The Chief is hanging out here with the Champion, but maybe not. The double chomp may not be still that. We're going to do what we always do and actually give thanks to all the people that are here and in competing in the game Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs, brought to you by Bandai Namco Entertainment. And again, we are pursuing active sponsorship from them publicly also to let you know that for the full transparency. And we really enjoy their products here, so that's why it makes sense to us. And just like I said, just to get that out of the way. So thank you guys, Bandai Namco, for making this amazing game. And we are the double chomp as far as we know. But we're going to go in, we're going to be the MC here and show you what's going on and the leaderboards at the top of the Chomp Champ division itself with Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs. So let's go ahead and check it out. We're jumping in here. I believe I'm the only person that would use this platform if they got it to make sure that we bring up the people that are trying hard to be where I'm at, because that makes the most sense to me. And if you don't, again, that's a gatekeeping type thing. Chief agrees. He's just sitting here looking at the screen like, yep, I can't wait till you actually can see him and see what's going on with us and stuff, so you know how engaged he can be in sometimes. And sometimes the conquest is just a little bit too difficult for the Chief to deal with emotionally, so he just kind of phases out and does deflections and makes sure that we're just grounded. So, I mean, I highly suggest you get yourself an emotional support animal. Don't necessarily get it as a Siberian Husky if it doesn't work for you, because he definitely is just as much of a member of the family as he is an animal. And if you don't wrangle him in, like believing that he has the cycles and emotional cycles of an actual human, then you should not get this dog. But also, if you do get one, and I'm only doing this because we kind of had the Chief in the intro here, is if you do get one, please pursue adopting one from a pound first and foremost before you actually go to a puppy mill or somebody that actually is breeding them, because you know those people that want those dogs probably will do good things with those dogs, and they cost anywhere from $5,000 to $7,000 depending on what kind of dog you get. Or you can find one that's a rehome, which we were blessed enough to have that situation. So shout out to Kasia for giving us a chance to have the Chief, because he's really changed our whole life. But he's 4 years old, and we got him when he was about a year and a half, and in 2.5 years, what it's done to my psyche. I always told everybody I needed this type of animal because I had one when I was an early teenager and it didn't work out because he had too much wolf breeding in him. But this guy is completely balanced, and he's just not even looking at me. He does not look in my eyes because he doesn't want to accept the fact that I'm talking him up. It's okay, Chief. I love you. We all know how I know. We're just trying to make sure that people get Huskos from the pound first, so because unfortunately there's things in influencers' lives, different things influence cultures, and when we make it to the point where people know who we are, I want to make sure when you think, oh, they have a Siberian Husky, that you go to the shelters or pounds first to get one, unfortunately, because like there's situations where you'll get them from like a breeder and you'll spend $5,000 to $7,000, and this is also saving you the trouble, and you'll find out that they're a lot more trouble than you can handle, and then they end up going to the pound, and then when I know, he just sighed. Pounds end up getting so flooded with them that they have to euthanize them, so we don't want that to happen. And as influencers, it's a part of our responsibility to let you know, especially as the Chomp Champ, we are inspiring people to play Pac-Man to highest degrees. And if you don't believe me, you're on the negative side, you're on the wrong side of Pac history, because I've just been in the community today. I said I had to push the whole programming schedule because I was Johnny Appleseeding, if you will, the infectiousness of what's going on with Pac fever. And I'm telling you again, it's the last thing I speak about. I will talk to somebody, see how they're doing, do all the things I have to do with all the people that you consider NPCs in your day, and I'll tell you, much like the bots in this game, that's what they are if you let them be. Once we get Pac fever going and those bots are replaced with actual people that are infectious with Pac fever and then use it just as a vehicle to socialize, have a way to degauss from the end of your day, from anywhere from 7 minutes for one game just to talk to somebody about your problems and start to motivate and water and cultivate your dreams, to, you know, you see me do Pac Snacks where I'm going to basically do it for 18 games, or even more if we do like a legendary rarity here at the Vid-Bits, which is a 3 to 5 hour stream, or an epic rarity, which is an 8-hour stream, going on to the legendary maxed out 1155, and then if I go past that, it goes between legendary and mythic because I'll have to then start it over again. But that's what I've had to do to get to this point, to become the champion, the double chomp champ, and I can only have done it mainly because I wanted to, and that's why you do fucking anything in your life, guys. But I did it because I guess I needed a platform in a global situation where now I have 4 different companies that have, Pac-Man also synergized with the fact that they're cross-platform, which is why 99 had to die, which is make it more accessible. And then to be in a situation where I now can use this voice as to be the voice of the voiceless and lift up the gamers that are fucking doing the damn thing, that are working the 9 to 5s, that when I'm saying stuff that I'm motivating them, and then they get hope, and then they're like, okay, you're just that guy that's giving hope. I was like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm the United States Pac champion. And I just took it before Memorial Day. And oh yeah, by the way, I'm now the global champion. And I've took it for America then. And if not, I'm gabbing too much and he's taking it. MintDaddyPig has taken it from us, guys, if you care about that, because you care about where you're living at. But I'm doing this for all of us. So when I say the global champion, the world champion, the galactic champion, the universal champion, you know when you sign those contracts and they say in all perpetuity for all galaxies and all whatever, this is what they're talking about, because my message for the Vid-Bits, me and Bray are going to take over the world. And the chief wanted to be here because he knows that I have to put my hand on him to calm down, because it's exciting. And all I have to do, again, is go in public and they're saying, what's up with you? I'm doing good. But then I bounce it back first. So your ego checks it and says, how are you doing? And then they say, oh, I'm doing okay. And then you're still infectious and they're wanting you to be like, what's wrong? And I don't say what's wrong. And they go, so how they want to know why you feel that way. So you say, oh, I'm doing great because I'm trying to inspire people to do great things. And then they're like, okay, whatever. And then they don't say anything. So then if they do say something back to me, you ask them this question. You say, what do you want? And then they'll be like, what? I'm like, oh, you don't want to be the NPC to me in my life and this specific commerce thing. I want to know, like, what do you want specifically? So I can help now take my platform as an influencer, because we all are. And some of us have higher platforms than others. And some of us use this for different reasons. Most of them are money. But when art is beautiful, it is only done for the pure art itself. And that's when it's actually created and it's poetic and you're painting. So when we're painting on this platform as Pac-Man, painting on this platform as a therapist, which we really aren't licensed, painting on this platform as a regular human being, as a person born in the year 1981, as the person that has 3 7s in a row in their social somewhere, which supposedly means something to numerologists, as somebody that actually cares about math a lot and knows that I've used the zeros and ones and zeros of it to actually get to where we are. All of that, that's not even the tip of the iceberg of who I am as Brian, but I'm neutralized by who we are as the Vid-Bits with Braden, and we're held together by the dash with this, which is the chief. And the chief, again, bringing it circular, because you see when I go on tangents, I have to bring it back around. He came into the beginning. I'm now petting him, and he's just letting me be, just chill with him, and he's here to keep me grounded, because nobody else is, because I can wrangle it in. But we're using the platform to influence other people to do great things. We're not quantifying what that is. So we're basically appealing to those people that don't want to see us succeed to do whatever great things they think that is. And the people that do succeed do even greater things. And then eventually the people on the don't want to see us succeed side realize how much money we're still making them, because we're making a responsible profit, which, since it's balanced, means they have to make something out of it, because it's part of the barterment. It's alchemy. So we now are figuring our way into the algorithm, and we don't have to worry about who's sponsoring us, because we're seeing that we are speaking to it and it understands us. So all you have to do is use us as a catalyst. We're a very transparent channel. We're very transparent to the point where sometimes it's more of a commercial, but also letting you know that if you're trying to synergize with our brand, other than what's actually happening with the algorithm, we're going to actually have to talk to you and find out and vet you, make sure that the fun club and everybody that's associated with us are cool with whatever you represent, because at the end of the day, the only sponsors we have is the Vid-Bits Fun Club, our family and friends that have actually truly sponsored us to keep us here on Terra, keep us here on planet Earth, and water. Water, any water you want, and I need to drink some right now. And we make sure that your animals actually have their bowls filled today, clean them out really well. Most of the time, if you have an animal, sometimes you forget to do that. They drink water too, and any water. I don't care what it is, just fucking drink some. I guess that's the slogan. So that way you guys can do whatever you want with it, and I hope that you enjoy that. But again, that's just the intro to the show. I get kind of hyped up, but I have to get these things out because I meditate a lot before hand to kind of get myself grounded. I did an amazing playthrough of the beginning of Braid to try to give Jonathan Blow's company some great, advertisement, because we do this. The synergy is amazing. We have a project called Game of Day May that we do every year. Me and Bray last year we put our backs against the wall and just beat a bunch of games every day, did not miss a day in the month of May, and then we're like, okay, it's slept on, so nobody ripped it off. So now that we're in the middle, almost end of year 2, by the time that we go into year 3, I guarantee you there will be Game of Day Mays. somehow, and that's fucking fine. I don't care. You don't do it if you're upset that somebody copies you, because imitation is the best form of flattery, but you do legally pursue them if they think that they're going to cut into the pie of your brand in a way where, you know, it's affecting the Fun Club, because the Fun Club are getting 80% of what we generate, and we're getting only the other 20%. So we're even giving back 4/5 of whatever we generate to the community, and the people that I'm outreaching with, and like I said, Johnny Appleseeding, and finding out who their dreams are. You know, people like Nate that are working at like the local fast food restaurant that is just busting his ass and doesn't know what he wants to do. Now he's inspired to figure out what the fuck that is and start working on it. I can't remember her name. The woman that's the cashier there as well at that fast food place, she knows who she is, and I said, what do you want to do today? And she said, oh, I do poi. You know, I asked her what she did because I really wanted to know, and she said she did poi, and it's like fire stick spinning. And it's like, so when you go out and you communicate with your people and you find out what life offers, that's all we're asking here when you watch the Vid-Bits, is just to like, share, and subscribe. And then, you know, after you do that one time, think about it, and if you don't like us, then you can unsubscribe, but at least you liked and shared, so some people saw it. And then if they say, why didn't you subscribe, you could be like, it wasn't for me. But if you liked it initially enough to hang out that long, then there's got to be something here, because we have over 850 videos, and we will always cater to what the demand is from like the masses that makes sense to us, because we're gamers first and foremost, and we're world-class gamers, so we want to challenge ourselves. So with that being said, we love you guys. We're the Vid-Bits, and the Chief's here, and so 2/3 of us are here in the studio, which is awesome. And of course, we're surrounded by the people that love us. And at the end of this time, I'll go ahead and say whoever's in chat. So today, the person that's awesome enough to hang out with us, and Matthew was so fucking consistent. He was so clutch in some of the Pac-Man nightly grinds when I was just like about to fall asleep, and Matthew would be pinging me and trying to get me to stay focused. And like, I'm not blaring like non-copyrighted music in the background so I can keep myself focused. I'm also trying to keep myself in the zone. And Matthew would always be like, dude, you're about to hit that wall. And if you watch some of the sessions, you'll see what happened, but it's all on the road to the #1 and where we're at right now. So what we do in order to pay respect to the game is we don't ever try to check the leaderboard and see and overproduce and see if he's in the lead now at this point, because that's where we're at in the journey. And so I'm telling you, if you want to know the Paul Heyman spoiler of it, he could have taken the title from us, guy, just the global, but he's not going to keep it forever, and we have ran away with the United States. So what we're going to do is just do the thing that we normally do and pay homage to the people that we've gone past and to get to the top, and then we're going to go ahead and go into it and see where we're at, and we'll know in real time whether or not we have lost the global championship for the first time, and we're going to have to restart the streak as the double pack champ. But at that point, I'm totally cool with it, because it's more about using this platform for you guys, and you can see that I'm bartering with the universe by synergizing this, and I had to use harmony to get in sync with dude's schedule wherever he's at, and breaking a test to how hard we worked and how hard I pushed my body. But the lightning in the bottle scenario is I'm really close to a local medical facility that's really well vested, and I've done a lot of research and a lot of consultation when I did that. So the disclaimer is, when I did the push that I had to get to put America on top of the globe, I guess coincidentally before Memorial Day, coincidentally right around Pac-Man's birthday, and I started it way in advance. There's no way I could have told that it was going to synergize with that, let alone the fact that I didn't pay the extra $10 to spend 7 days beforehand and then have the lead that they had. So there's so many things, man. It's lightning in a bottle, as Thor said. So you know, that's what it is, Thor. This is the lightning in the bottle that we've captured. So I have to use the Chomp Champs platform somehow to motivate. But really, the Vid-Bits is the seed, and like I'm just watering it. And one of the blossoms that you kept saying, like, you need to spread it out, and it gets scary. Yeah, it's fucking scary. I'm so scared right now because I'm financially tapped, and I don't want my viewers to give me the money, and I need the sponsorship. Like, it's all those things that are now colliding where I don't put the responsibility on my viewers, because the universe is making it so they're learning that to give, like we did to you, we were bottomed out and we gave you what little we could, and you gave us the advice that fucking activated everything else. That it was the validation of a third millionaire that I've had in a week. So like, to me, it's not of the money thing, because the universe knows that we're not about the money. So that synergizes too, that because you guys all have 3 different ways of millionaire mentalities. You are the fucking renegade and gets it done and lets everybody know it, like we do, the anti-gatekeeper. This other person is running like a sports restaurant, and like their family has got this great core where the family is like, they're all together in public, and you can see that they're together, but you can all see, you know, who knows what the whole inner machinations of how they're holding it together, but they're starting to plant a seed somewhere in a city where it's important. And then the other person, like, isn't the most important in their company, but you know, it unfortunately, because how different layers of management works, this person's public perception is not necessarily where it needs to be, even though they're well spoken enough to have been in front of public lectures and done symposiums and stuff like that and respected to it. So with you, Thor, being the 3rd person to validate it, and us showing that wiping out every day, it really is the epitome of you have to bust your ass and give everything you fucking can. Like, I'm gonna have to quit my job. I know I did. I'm looking at all this shit around me, and I'll just start selling it. If I have to fucking live on a cot to keep making content, and that's all I have in this room with is a cot and all the backlog that I have that is digital, I will fucking do it. I will not make every fucking person in our community give me the fucking money. I'm trying to let the universe know that it's gonna lock in place and everybody's gonna make fucking money and be motivated to make everybody more money. So it's like halo effect is fucking awesome. Look at Pac-Man closing his eyes. He knows. She fucking knows. He's right here. He's fucking hyped. You know what I mean? He's also looking at these jalapeno poppers on this fucking table that I'm not giving him. But you have to understand, like, we are in it for the gamers, guys. We are in it for the gamer culture, and we're here to cultivate and raise awareness to all of it, so you guys have like lower your misconceptions about it and raise and vibrate higher. So let's fucking go. Let's go in and give the glory to all the people in the gamer community that's fucking activating in the highest degree, trying to be up here, be the double Chomp champion, and all the fucking gravity I'm putting that belt. And also know that I'm not the guy that, if I look up here and I see there's 2 viewers, I feel like I'm like, oh, it's only 2 viewers, because Matthew's fucking here. And let's fucking go, Matthew. Let's see what we're doing today. You know what I mean? I may not be able to pay the most attention to you guys in chat because I'm going to have to hone that in down, because I have to not lose as many matches. And if you ever see where I'm not placing first, it's because I'm fucking paying attention to my peeps, because they're the ones that are really lifting us up. They really are lifting us up into this big fucking huge wave that's going to be the fucking Vid-Bits, and it's going to be the hub for all the people that are trying to get together in the culture that are going to do the damn thing. So let's do it. Let's hit play. And we are playing on the PlayStation platform, but we are not sponsored by PlayStation specifically. We are represented in the #1 in the world on the PlayStation platform, but we will eventually be able to figure out other platforms and start to raise our name on those, just to be competing against ourselves, because these guys are making it boring, some of them. And that's just being cocky to make it so that you can see that there's something to invest in, because that's part of the PT Barno of me, to make sure that you do that. So we're going to go into ranked, and I'm going to close my eyes here. I'm going to see if I can just put my hat, the bill of my hat down to play. And alright, so I'm going to scroll down. Let's see. And then scroll down so I can't see the top. Alright. So I'm used to the US. I guess we're going to do the US Eastern leaderboard then. Alright. I'm going to take a sip of water right now. Matthew throwing Chiefs in chat. Chief to Chief. Yeah, baby. He loves it. Chief is just chilling. He loves it. He really is mad that I'm being withholding of this jalapeno popper. It's delicious. They were really... I love it when somebody that doesn't hate their job when they're out at the restaurants and they're working in the trenches there, and they change the grease all the time, you know, more than like at least 2 cycles a week. I know you can get away with the guys 1 cycle a week, but I'm here to tell you, somebody that worked in the industry, there's these filter pads that you can at least buy then, that makes it so if you're only going to do it 1 time a week, it actually filters out some of the stuff, some of the iron and stuff that's in the bones, and some of the other stuff you don't know about, the stuff that you're frying consistently. And when you do that, it will actually make it so that you don't have to worry about it if you're only changing it once a week, and it keeps the quality of the oil higher. I have a lot of knowledge about that industry too, because I've been in the trenches and I had to pay my dues to get here. It's also all the building blocks of empathy, so you can relate to people on different levels, and that's what we have to worry about more in general, instead of worrying about those people. How much of yourself are you not activating, which you're lucky to be here, because we give that out for free every day, and if you tip us, we're loving it, and if you don't, we're doing it anyways, because that's our job. Number 20 in the leaderboards of the US Eastern Division of Pac-Man Megatunnel Battle Chomp Champs by Bandai Namco. I will always make mistakes because I'm an 80s kid, and Namco was the jam that like sponsored a lot of this shit. So I will eventually stop tripping on it, and I've done way better. But number 20 is Big Joe 4200 with a 222 win and 1 loss record with a rating of 16,481. Number 19, Zero Stratus, with a win-loss record of 233 and 2, and a rating of 16,668. Number 18, Trap Cat Mally, with a win-loss record of 288 and 5, with a rating of 17,187. Number 17, Toy Hunter, with a win-loss record of 299 and 3, 1 away from 300, and with a rating of 19,372. Number 16, Try Again. I've not seen Try Again. Try Again has come out of nowhere. Awesome, we have a new face, a new challenger appears. Woo, try again, all the way up in the stratosphere, maybe inspired by somebody to come up here and basically threw their name in the hat right away, guys. If you crest up to 300, you're instantly in the conversation, and now we're talking about try again with a 308-6 win-loss record with an impressive almost cresting into 20,000 rating with 19,514. Congratulations, and if you're getting stomped against them, you're going to have to try again. A very marketable name. I encourage you to get socials going on for that so that you can start to live your dreams as a pro gamer, because we here at the Vid-Bits are obviously touting your accomplishment and hope that you know that when we do leaderboard games, and there's so much more coming, guys, that we will make sure to tout your accomplishment when we do sports type shows like this and fill them in on the Pops Plays channel. That's probably where the leaderboard style sports casting shows like this, especially when I have to be competitive and defend the Vid-Bits honor and arcade archives and stuff like that, which is coming so soon. As soon as I can get so far ahead of these guys, it's boring. I can still do Chomp Champs and then start to worry about how they're moving up and give credit to them, and then I can still use the platform to do that, guys, because I will. It's all about the love of the game, and I fucking love to see you guys compete, because if we were in the arcade back in the day and I never got to do it, we'd be back in the day, back in the trenches, standing there, and then you'd hit that score, and you'd have to deal with the fact that I could see your tech, which is what we do at the Vid-Bits, show you the tech, and then after you stood aside, I'd be like, it's my turn. I could crack my knuckles, and I could just get ready to compete against people like Gamer Bull, number 15, with 279-5 as the win-loss record and a rating of 19,765. Number 14, Daddy Mark, with a win-loss record of 281-4 and a rating of 20,008, just cresting over the 20,000 rating and only the 14th person to do it. Impressive. That's very impressive, Daddy Mark, and it's cool that you're just a little 8 over the 20,000 mark. I love to snap pictures of these milestones. You'll be able to see all that in like the road to number 1 snapshot list that I'm going to put up on some sort of social, which I don't have time to do yet, and also the road to a champion, all the playlist, and give all the love to the predominant genre of nerdcore gaming, that music that has inspired me to keep me motivated, because it's so motivational, and that's why you don't get a lot of groundswell if you're a nerdcore, because it has a lot of motivational shit in it, because some of the people that want to see people fail just don't want to jump onto that. Those people don't have mainstream exposure, but I'm telling you, the people that know how to use those messages, it's fucking infectious. So shout out people like Megaran and MC Frontalot, and also people like Spose and Votsky. It could be different aspects of it, you know what I mean? Just like that subculture, counterculture music. I know it's diversified and it's not all nerdcore, but I also like the fact that there's people I can look to, like Schaefer the Dark Lord, where it's like that's the balance where you can see that he's trying to do the best he can while also being a vulnerable human being, and I love that about Schaefer, and I don't even know him. So also you have MC Lars that tries to be wholesome with the culture, and the branding is all wholesome and selling the family, and then making sure that first and foremost the responsible profits being made with everything going forward. So that crew is just amazing and inspirational, and the music and the way that it kind of even though I don't resonate with some of them more than others, it is in a way where if I put that in my gaming acumen and I use it as my downside instead of just toxically doom scrolling on the side or watching the same crap on the side all the time, it really motivates me, and I've used it over the last couple weeks, especially if not anytime that I've got solo motivational goals as a gamer, to continue to do it. So it's like, if you want some free adrenaline and also motivational shit, but also some of their music does hold you accountable, so that's off-putting. When you hold somebody accountable nowadays, they get offended. That's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, you're not doing that right. Here's how you do it right. Oh, no. You just are getting offended, and I guess if you don't offend somebody, you can't get their attention, and most of the time you go one or two ways. If you're the other person, you either learn from it and grow and want to be a better person and you level up, or you become stagnant because you don't know how to deal with the fact that you were interfaced with that way, or you just decide that you're gonna get angry and make it a toxic expression, and then who knows the damage that goes. That spirals all over the fucking place. So with that being said, no disrespect to any of this, so Daddy Mark, I guess I think it's funny. Insanity Drew. I drew some insanity together when I pulled that together, but I know, Chief. I digress. Let me floop you. Give you some floofs. Take a deep breath, as Danny says. I gotta take a deep breath, and really, so that's the clarity. So maybe, you know, wrangling in Chief New to come in here because he knew I was going to get a really poignant message out today. And like, you got to just take a step back from your ego, guys. Like, if I really cared about, and I do care about being the double chomp, I care more about the fact that I have the platform to be a positive influencer, and I'm clearly bottoming me out, and like the wave is crashing every night when I'm like, how am I going to afford to do tomorrow? And then the things just interlock to make it happen. Again, I just gave you the battle plan for when I quit my job, how I'm going to still sustain. And then still, I think the groundswell will be enough where at that point, maybe that's where it is. And then still, I'll make it happen. I'll make it happen because America's going to want me to stay on top on Pac-Man, right? And I'm not trying to beg for it. And I've tried not the entire time, right? I literally now have learned that when I speak to people in public that I don't speak about Pac-Man until the very end. And the only thing I do is wear a little bit of branding. So if somebody cares, because it doesn't ping with everybody. There's people that can see the branding and not even care and not even say anything, and then they just see your infectious attitude and they don't necessarily notice because you like Pac-Man. How many times do you get ignored for the things that you are walking ads for in your t-shirts? We are all walking ads, and you know, you're either doing it because you love the brand or you're doing it out of fucking irony and you're trying to provoke a conversation out of that because you're usually a hostile person if you want to do it that way. Sometimes it's funny, you know, it's funny to watch, like, if you didn't like NSYNC or Britney Spears and then you wore that shit out of like irony, and then somebody, like, I wrestled with somebody named Carnage and like he played, like, he came out to Britney Spears and like or something, I think it was, and like it was fucking amazing because he was a good wrestler and he busts his ass, and you know, he's fucking an amazing guy and he's still putting in the grind and the time, but like it was that uniqueness that kind of got his character over. But man, you didn't want to take a running fucking Carnage bomb, I'll tell you that. So going into that and knowing that I know much about other sports and industry and businesses, all types of metrics, and that's sometimes why you also don't understand why it takes so long to get your secret sauce, like being in the bottle formula. It also has to do with the Chief. It took me forever to manifest this dog, and it really was because I wanted it so bad. And then in the middle of the night, I was, you know, just maximum right now, pow boom, activated, asking if I could have a shot. And then a husky's so desirable that like dozens of people after me, like, yeah, if it doesn't work out, me too. And the Chief sired us on shoulders with both paws, both me and Bray, and just said, hey, you know, the person that wanted me to be with him loves me and wants to be with me forever, but unfortunately the circumstances did not provide that, but you guys have that energy. And what kind of dog when it's in a rehome doesn't have fucking shakes and panic attacks all night and just sleeps at the end of both of our beds, equal attention, and then after that sleeps at what he considers the gatekeeper situation of the door, and finds that on his own in the house, and then just to sit there and he's like, I already know what I'm supposed to do here. So we chose Huskies, and again, that's why the disclaimer was that I want you to make sure that you get it responsibly, so don't buy it and then dump it to a fucking pound, because if we find you, we will publicly humiliate you in a separate section of the Discord. Don't like that shit. But you need a Huskos, you get you ones. You need a Corgos, you get you one. You get you a Corgi. You need you a Golden Retriever, you get you one. You need a Great Dane. If you get you one responsibly. Don't crop their fucking ears to make them look attractive. That's fucking vain, and you're a scumbag. And I'm not trying to say anybody that's ever done that are bad people. They know I love them. But in general, there's only certain hills I will die on, and that's one of them, I guess. And that's for the culture. So if I'm doing stuff for the gaming culture, I also have to feel like I'm doing stuff for the doggo culture, because that's important, because we don't deserve them, and they burn the candle at both ends on us for us, and they're always fucking ultimately loyal. Look at what happened to Ramsey Bolton when you turn your back on them. Anyways, I digress. We're going into number 13, Insanity Drew. He's in the 13th position, and he's got the win-loss record of 279-1 and a rating of 20,492. Number 12 is Guardian Fan Such with the win-loss record of 279-1 as well. They've been tied for a few days, and they are just kind of like in the same spot, but they're dropping to more hungry players. And he is close, so he's got the 20,665 rating. Number 11, still not active at all, and he's in semi-retirement, is P-Man 454 with a win-loss record of 298-1 and a rating of 21,381. Now, your top 10 local United States Eastern Division Chomp champions. Number 10, Gamer 2012. Looks like he had a second place finish in his last game, has a 354-4 win-loss record with a rating of 23,038. Number 9, True Carnage, with a win-loss record of 327-1 and a rating of 23,808. Number 8, just edging out the splash screen for the U.S. Eastern Division, is David Dow 00 with a 330-0 perfect win-loss record. he has a rating of 24,611. Your splash screen for Chomp Champs, local U.S. Eastern Division. Number 7, Yellow, with a 372-1 win-loss record and a rating of 26,330. Number 6, Space, with a 383-0 win-loss record with a rating of 27,754. Number 5, Shanimal, with a 420 sweet and 2 win-loss record and a rating of 28,686. Number 4, Shiba Inu, with a win-loss record of 536-11 and a rating of 33,136. Only the 4th person in the U.S. Eastern Division to hit 30,000 or higher rating. The 3rd highest person to hit 30,000 or higher rating, and the 3rd place overall in the U.S. Eastern Division, almost hitting 500 wins, is awesomely the Mothership in the top 3 with 488-2 win-loss record and an impressive 33,797 rating. Number 2, the former champion of the U.S. local Eastern Division and one of the top contenders of Chomp Champs in general, Kofi YT, with a 829-0 perfect win-loss record with a rating of 61,686. And coming in at number 1, and the reason why we're not concerned about somebody chasing us except for people like Shiba Inu, Shanimal, Space, and there's others that we're not going to give too much attention to because they're not on the splash screen, but they are rising rapidly, and we must put in the time, put in the grind, as the community has told us. The Vid-Bits, number 1 of the United States Eastern and the United States overall. The Vid-Bits at 1,280 in wins and 3 losses with a rating of 92,901. We are the first person in the United States Eastern Division to have reached the metrics of 70,000, 80,000, 90,000, and now climbing towards the first goal that we've set ourselves, the key of a 100,000 rating. So that is the U.S. Eastern Local Division. We're not going to go over the local division there right now. We have another episode of Chomp Champs later on, so that will be then. The first one will always be focusing on the U.S. Eastern Division because that's where we are until we can get the stats on all of those U.S. divisions. And then we will recap that before we play. It's to give people a chance to know what's going on and get the format figured out. And we are right on the right path. So let's see. We're not going to focus on it, but we have to see what's going on. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? I said, are you ready? Well then, the reigning, defending, we will see if he's undisputed Chomp Champion, Double Chomp, the champion. Let's see if he is the Double Chomp anymore. If I push this button, X will tell me. That's why this is exciting, guys, and I gave up all the time. Let's see if the pig is followed enough or beaten us for the championship. Did we lose the global championship of this game? Ready? We did not. He did not close the gap, guys. It looks like he played I'm not even sure. He may have played a few games. So I think we were over about 16 or 17 games. So that is amazing, guys. We are now going to go into full gear for this shift into Chomp Champs. We're going to do a pack snack. So that's an 18 pack. We're going to give him an 18. We're going to push ourselves another hour and a half, guys, is what it is. So hopefully you're dialed in. I will be looking at chat in between those, and I'm here to take any questions about things. And I hope that you're doing a good day. Hopefully you're motivated and starting to water some of those seeds that I'm trying to plant for you. Just Johnny Appleseed in this bitch. And as Chief would say, yeah, and drink some water too, right? Yeah, he would. He would say that. He's just chill. He's vibing. He knows that we're hitting our flow and our strive, and when I'm vibing and chill, he's really in a good mood because these guys are just basically extensions of your nervous system when you're around them, guys. So if you're chill, they're chill, and if you're worried, they're worried, and if you need to be healed, they give you heals. But right now, he knows that we're just trying to give you heals, guys. Start to plant those seeds, water them. Reasonable goals, guys, small little baby steps. And if you need questions how, it's easy, because if you tell me what you're doing, I'll tell you what you can do versus help you, not think about what you fucking can't do. Let's be reasonable. I'm not a counselor, but I guess I am. I'm not a philosopher, but I guess I am. We're all a little bit of everything here. It's like an amazing pot d'etat, which is the full menu we provide for you every day here at the Vid-Bits Cafe. So let's go, and we're going to see what we can do. See if we wake the pig up. We can see he stopped at 1264, so Sometimes I'm active and he's active, and sometimes I'm not. That's why I also play in the shifts that I do, so we can make it a competitive thing. And I hope that you're ready to rein it on in. So let's go with that. Let's go. Matthew in chat. Maybe. I can tell you I'm really excited that I'm still the double chomp, the double champion. I have both belts, the United States Championship and also the Global Championship in this game. And now that I have demotivated, unfortunately, the pig. And that's fine because the reign of terror for him is over. And now we will put this on the map as far as one of the most competitive games, because you guys are going to, you know, replace these bots with people that are wanting to chase me down and shut me up like I did as a viewer when Roman Reigns was holding the championship for so many days. I'm going to have such a crazy win-loss record that you're going to say, it's because of the bot money, except for I'm actively appealing for sponsorship, and I did not create this loop that will vicariously create this Pac-mania that will make you want to shut me the fuck up and be possibly one of the people that are populating the lobby. Honestly, it's got to be honestly. I don't need any stream snipers, any of that shit. I don't need it. If you keep chasing me down, and it seems like every time I'm facing you, and I mean, that's fine, I'll face people and lose, but we do want people though to just feel the goal that you can be able to beat the world double champ right now. And I'm skinned up as a regular Pac-Man, so I'm not hard to find. And the name is the Vid-Bits, and we're not hard to find either, because we are at the top of the leaderboard globally, the double chomp across all platforms this game is available. And it's available on Steam, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo Switch. So we have a lot of visibility and a lot of people that can get us. So the reach of people that can shut us up is Le Champion, the double chomp. You know, you gotta make it fun. You gotta make it a chase. I compartmentalized it as a video game against a boss battle to be able to beat MintDaddyPig. So if you want to check that out, please check out the road to #1 and see all the different ways that I went through about trying to be respectful to all the social contracts in my real life and get that lightning in the bottle, as Source said. Shout out to Pirate Software, because you know, if you didn't think that you could win $1 million off of a $2 scratch off ticket, boy, if we fucking didn't. Because sometimes all you need is that person that doesn't have any emotional attachment to what your situation is, and somebody that knows how to form what you're fucking feeling and give it a really poignant question, and then you can just do it too, guys. Because sometimes there's that writer's block, and I'll tell you what, Thor the fucking is just. I cannot thank you enough as to the validation that I needed. And I didn't need validation from my friends and family, because when you seek that shit, you're not moving in silence. I'm talking about it, and it's funny that you're a software programmer. I don't give a fuck about that. It's hilarious that, you know, it's amazing. It's like, it's so many avenues hitting in once, and me being able to be in a situation to use this platform for fucking good and be like you said, pirate software. Like, yeah, we're like the pirates too. Like, we're fucking taking this back, and we're also not hijacking it. We're just adding to it in a way where we can fucking all sails on the same seas, but we're doing it responsibly. But you know, in a way, they're gonna say, how are you still doing it? How are you feel like you're taking this in the way that you are, but you're still fucking playing ball in a way where you can exist? Because ultimately, if they wanted to use satellite technology to get rid of all pirates or anybody that's fucking doing stupid shit, you know, they would find them, because it's 2024 and we're really intelligent. But you know, when we're out there and they know that they want us on those seas because we're fighting the good fight, and it's still, what does it do negatively to the industry if we self-activate more people that can make them more money than the pennies that they're making just pushing the buttons on their phone? We also respect the fact that just pushing their buttons on their phone is relevant, and then rewiring society to understand how to still do that, to make everybody money across all metrics but not offend them by trying to make sure that, you know, it's up to you. Like, I guess if I'm spinning it off even further, this is part of the reason why I feel like I could speak at a symposium. I don't want to host one. I don't have the time right now. I just want to eat fucking well and get a good bed and get cooking gaming chairs and tell you how I want to build this lab, so I can fucking just create and wake up every day, grab the stuff I need on my fridge, my fucking protein pack, shower well, and have fucking this. This will get better when my self-esteem is fucking healed, but I can't keep leaning on my support systems as much as I am. That's part of the barterment, but I digress. But when you get to the point where you're making the money responsibly, and it's still synergizing with the fact that then more people are activating, and they're making the money responsibly, and the responsibly is also making money for the people that don't want to see you succeed. I keep quantifying it like that. That's the best way to do it. I don't like say it. You'll say it, and I'll probably be like, okay, you can quantify that too, because it's really at the end of the day how you feel about it. But when you look at the fact that when they're still making money, and you're self-actuating little starter units and getting them into their glass blowing industry, or their, you know, they want to be a fire starter or whatever, like I'm sorry, they want to do the poi, they want to do fire spinning, so they can work in the entertainment industry, like whatever they can do to self-actuate. All those people having the more self-esteem in doing that, and then getting on socials and spreading people doing that, so they also think that they can do that, means that more people are going to be able to get ads in those things. And then really the responsibility of the consumer is making sure that you hone in those types of ads and make it so you don't cross-pollinate with things that you don't resonate with ethically. So if you can do that in a way where you feel that you like with a bunch of things that you don't like, well, if the person that's making the content like weeds that out, and then you as a person start to change your habits where you don't have as much doubt as yourself, so you start like looking into things. It's not as simple as just saying I'm not going to I don't want to see more of this. It's training yourself that you don't have to doom scroll in a way, and you're only like adding to looking at stuff that's going to help you grow into whatever you're trying to be. And then I promise you, you will still make people add money with the ads with the things that are responsible. You will still grow as a person. And then when people watch your content, they will see nothing but ads of things that they also feel respectful towards ethically. And then they also will make it so that when your friends of friends are doing it, that's all you're seeing too. And you're also okay to sit through and watch the commercial, because then you're supporting that person at the base level when you can afford to support them monetarily, which is why we're fighting so hard to just get it from a fucking sponsorship instead of getting it from somebody that's, you know, maybe needing an extra cheeseburger or to fucking buy a new pack of underwear or socks to the grindstone. And you have to fucking just walk away from somebody that maybe they're gonna tell you something in a little bit that's gonna fucking fuck your mentality. You could say something relatable that would make you fucking doubt what you're doing. So stay in your fucking lane. And it's not stay in a cave, it's just make sure that you're very careful about the environment that you're in, because you're not going to get to where we're at. And I don't think that there's any other way that we can do that by making sure that the cosmic contract is that we're equivocal exchange, where as much as we feel that we gain, it's not for fucking us, it's for you, and we're anti-gatekeepers in our tech, because if we don't, then we don't get challenged in life and we don't motivate. We just fucking continue to think that we're just above everybody. We're not. We're just like fucking you. I'm just as fucking poor as you. I'm so damn in debt, and I can't wait to take this plastic jar and stuff it full of $10,000 and give it to my grandmother, because she deserves it, because she has sponsored me. She is my first sponsor, and I can't pay her back while I'm e-begging for somebody else to sponsor us. So that's the reality of it. That's how transparent, raw, and real we are at the Vid-Bits. But when you see me out in your community and you know that I'm doing the damn thing, don't give me any sympathy, don't give me any free things, don't get yourself in trouble. Just know that I'm still just doing my thing, and know that you and how you've interacted with me, as much as it seems weird as fuck, has been part of the process, or we would not have gotten here. You have to stay humble, appreciative, blessed, and thankful to be where you are, and know that you give the glory to the higher beings, the higher universe, whatever you want to qualify it as. But also I'm giving at this point the glory to the gamers, and I'm raising myself up, and I'm selling the Vid-Bits as a brand, which the brand is the fucking family. My family's ethics are that we love everybody and we try to lift each other up. Be it my estranged family, my ex-wife, or how we've culturally together, we were meant to be together enough to get each other ready to have our amazing children the way that they are, and all the things that they do. All of those things, all of my friends that I've been with, abused, beat in the dust, beat in the ring, all those things, and then people I have paid back, haven't like equally that shit. All of those things together have made it so I've been able to be Braden's dad, but also half of the Vid-Bits, because none of that would have happened had he not kept me motivated, and been lucky enough for me to be around a kid that wanted to have the same dream as me, and it just fucking married up where we are in the situation where we're at. So with that being said, you know, it's amazing to have you here, to have this voice and platform to inspire other people to be the champion of the United States of America in this game, and also the global champion of this game. So the double chomp, la champion. And the chief has left because he's probably mad that he thought he was going to get that jalapeno popper and I didn't do it. I didn't pull the trigger on it, because you shouldn't give your Husko that stuff. He is just crazy. He likes spicy food. So again, you know, I don't know how to do that safely. So, you know, just the littlest taste, and I always will double check on the internet if I shouldn't give him anything. But that's also subjective, because I mean, these animals exist out in the wild and they just don't eat a jalapeno pepper out of the trash and just fall over dead. But there are other things that, unfortunately, because of all the ingredients that we put in things, could do that to them. So that's where you have to be mindful of those things. So not promoting that you give your Husko anything other than whatever the dietary things the veterinarian says to you. And then if for some reason he does sneak off and get something crazy, you can discuss with him at your own leisure whether or not it's safe and what you could do to, you know, in Chief's case, to give him this urge he has to eat spicy food. It's just crazy. You have to figure culturally or ethically, not ethically, and in certain cultural areas, like they feed their dogs partially probably from the scraps or whatever, right? So if you're in an area where people are eating stuff that are more spicy, or, you know, peppers with more capsaicin in it, you'd think that that would be one of those situations where you'd know, but maybe that's why they do know then in certain areas where you definitely can't feed a dog something. Like, people can be unintelligent and think that you can feed a dog, oh, I can't feed a dog grapes, but I can feed them raisins. And I'm like, do you know what raisins are? Like, I don't know how to, yeah, I don't know how to quantify that. It's pretty funny. I'm Brian from the Vid-Bits, and my WPM is fucking insane. I promise I'm not in anything but just sometimes a bit of caffeine, which is the lowest member tier of the Vid-Bits Fun Club that you can join. The Fun Club is comprised of all of our subscribers in all 3 membership tiers, and you guys all get the same attention, except for just a little bit more perks based on how much you can support us. If you support us on the base level by being a subscriber, and you like and share and make sure that other people know and are aware about what we do, then you are just the base level, and then you have the bit of caffeine level, which is the base number 1 level of the tier. Number 2 is a significant contribution, and number 3 is the completely unnecessary tier, because, you know, if you're not activating yourself to the fullest that you can, putting the money into our basket is completely basing things in those complete guidebooks. I do support that project completely because I do believe that it's important, and I think that JT Smash or Smash JT or whatever, focusing in on the fact that he used emulation to source the Nintendo 64 one is stupid, because sometimes for time reasons and time sinks it's important. Number 1, number 2, you know, for switching cartridges, if he was like, it's not like he doesn't have the cred and he doesn't have the network to get all those things to do it fucking legitimately, but sometimes when you're just trying to get shit done because he owns them all legitimately, that gives him the justification to be able to fucking have it EverDrive and do that shit. So again, not a shill for Pat, but trying to show you why it doesn't matter. You're trying to put yourself in his position where you're trying to sync that into everything else he's trying to create. You're not a producer in that way, JT. You're like a fucking, like, you find everything else that everybody does in the industry, and then you try to use like the way of like repurposing that to make money, which we don't disappreciate your grind, but you would do better if you karmatically centered yourself upon whatever your own niche is that's not that, but some people's niche is that, so I guess that's where you're at. So I think you should smash your shit into where you start to like show people your gaming skills and like just chill out and just find your fucking vibe, and just know that people will still, if they're in there for your energy, they're in it to win it. So they just want to see, maybe that's what they're in for, is that just reporting the industry in a way where it just seems you're very accusatory, and sometimes you don't necessarily look at all the database. And I can say that because I've watched, you've hit us in our personal algorithm beating fucking shit, because I've seen you more associated with shitting on something that's going on in the industry, or jumping on while somebody else is shitting on something on the industry, and that's not what I would want to be known for. We're known for trying to change gamer culture, and we're known for trying to be, and you've been in the game for so fucking long, you can either get out of semi-retirement or get back in the game, like Norm the gaming historian. Look at what he said. That's where he's at. He's started to slow down because he only wants to do the things he's super passionate about, at the point where he's being supported so much he has to let you know what's going on with his life. And he stepped back from the game, so he's in semi-retirement. But he's doing it for the love of the game when he comes back out, which is the only reason why you should do it anyways. So he's saying that eventually he got to the point where either he was doing it for just the love of the game and it wasn't making him enough money and that was okay, or he is now in a situation where he is financially okay and he could just do it for just the love of the game. Well, when you're bottomed out, like we are at the Vid-Bits, and you just are completely financially wiped every fucking day, and supported by the people that sponsor us, which is our family. So that's why I say it's the family that we're selling here, even though it's just me, Bray, and the Chief. We're still supported and propped up by it, really. I mean, and they don't have it either, but they're still investing, and we're still telling the people that are coming in as our subscribers, if you please don't throw it if you don't have it. We do something awesome in the gaming community, please, you can tip us, yes. Because at the end of the day, I've been a server before, and I do like that whole street performer aspect of, you do the dance, ta, and you throw the hat out. Sure, fucking tip us, I guess, because I've been so asking for it not to happen that I don't want it to not happen when it could happen, and that could be what supports us. But don't be like, I need that pack of ramen, or that energy drink, or that thing in my habit that's going to keep me going, because we're not here to quantify what good or bad habits are. We're here just to say everything in moderation. But if you can then fucking take that thing out of your habit and just say, okay, I'm going to throw the Vid-Bits $2 today because that's what they need to have right now until they get going. And then when they get going, they fucking have our backs, and they're showing that they're going to give 80% of their fucking income back to the community, and we're going to be able to live our dreams. And now you're in and to win it in the Vid-Bits Fun Club, and we're always just going to do it for the love of the game, even if we have no fucking money and no resources. I've already now started thinking the next phase. I can only quit my job now because I have thousands of dollars worth of fucking artifacts that I would love to keep to have on that splash wall for you guys to see our content, but the content itself is what's supposed to fucking speak for it. I know that when I was able to not talk at all about Jonathan Blow's braid, and then fucking, I'll just say it, I cried. If you hear me weeping, none of that was fucking overproduced, and I don't give a fuck if I was vulnerable enough to show it to you. If you listen and play that game like I told you before I started talking, that you should just keep your mouth shut and then just like basically just imbibe it. Unfortunately, we're too distracted by our cell phone, our regimen. That's why I also did it in a small amount of time. If you can't chalk out 90 minutes worth of time to meditate and hone in on a game, then you're too distracted. But when you're grinding for an RPG or you're grinding for a leaderboard score, sure, second screen. There's a balance to it. But man, if I'm not showing you the winning formula on how to be a pro gamer too, so goddamn esports, we're calling. The first father-son video game duo signed to a major brand and touted that way. I'm not saying it's not happened, but man, and I'd love to be able to then, if there's more people that feel offended, then we can get some competition where we find some fucking old school, you know, that's incredible competition, so me and Bray can fucking prove that we're the best in the world, and the people that have supported us, man, they're gonna be like, dudes, we didn't know what they were gonna do, but they did it. And even at the end of the day, if all this is just that pipe dream that I'm hyping you up for, aren't you hyped? And we're just gonna go back to getting on the grind. We're farmers. The area of that, we're farmers. We're gonna keep farming. We're grinders. We're gonna keep grinding. We're gonna put the nose to the grindstone, and you know, that's what it is. Maximum right now, pow boom, guys. Activate, water those seeds, and then we're gonna keep planting them because we're the Johnny Appleseed of YouTube, and it's me, Johnny Monad, 777, aka Pops, aka Brian from the Vid-Bits, and I love you guys. And I'm gonna go and move in silence for a little bit so I can meditate on what I've said, because it's not just for me, it's for you. It keeps me motivated, keep motivating you. It's going to flux in infinity. It's gonna be gloriously superb, guys. So enjoy some of these games. We're in for a pack snack to get ahead of our rival, the only person chasing us really for the double chomp. I'm Brian from the Vid-Bits. We'll be back. Keep chomping with me. Woo! All right, well, we're back. We appreciate your patience with us. You know, again, I don't know why it's taken the form of me trying to be therapeutic with you and stuff, but I just feel it's really important that, you know, you feel that there's somebody that out there that can not only relate to you, but we're in the situations where we can inspire other people. It's ridiculous to not use that voice, and if I can be the voice of the voiceless or also add to that voice that's not being heard, then that's really what this is all about. The money will come and we will be all right. It just makes me sad that, you know, sometimes I can't do the stuff that I want to do for you guys, and it's taking longer. And then also just, I don't like being having health issues and stuff, but I don't ever want to make that your issue. So, you know, having that been said, it's just posture things. You know, if I'm going to be just hone in on it, having better posture by having better sleeping situations and gaming chairs and stuff like that doesn't have like to be the most extravagant, just better than we're in right now, and where we're putting all of our resources into survivability and also creating the content. Those things come last. So, you know, that's why when they say like vacations and stuff, I never understood when my grandfather would work 3 weeks straight in a row, and the fourth week he would have that weekend off and he would not take it. He would give it to somebody else and work another weekend in a row, and then whenever he was home he would spend, you know, an extravagant amount of time doing yard work and stuff. So it's just like, man, if that guy didn't show me what a go-getter was, and he was always like 2 paychecks ahead, and that mentality is where you're supposed to be if you want to be successful. And then he was still the most humble person, so actually opted out of being part of several multi-million-dollar corporations and just wanted to do it his own way. And at the end, you know, he sacrificed for the industry. So like, it's like my life feels like it's an allegory for that, but I would like to get my flowers while I'm here. Also make it so that, you know, me and Braden can be recognized as world-class gamers. Make sure that people know that this exists all over the place, so it's not just us. And that's important too, because at the end of the day, if you don't have healthy competition, then you can't get better. And also, you know, I don't think it's that you guys should continue to stagnate into obscurity when you can rise to infinite glory and, you know, compete with me and get known as the double champ, the chomp champ, the champion, the la champion. Not to be infringing in any awesome person's copyrights or anything, but let's see if he caught up a little bit. Nope. Yep, nope. He's moving slowly. 16. He was min-maxing me a little bit earlier. That's why I slowed down. I had to check on some stuff. Just trying to give him an opportunity, but we're still about 16 games between each other. Let's do the math. No, Rita, you do the math. No, I'll do the math right now, buddy. We got the 43,451 of our rating minus the 41,522 of theirs, which will be 1,929. And then we'll divide that by 75, which is how much is a first place finish. That comes to between 25 and 26 of those, so that's 25.72. I'll just round. We'll say we'll give them the benefit of the doubt, and we'll say that's 26 matches. 26 matches, and you can do 12. So he's roughly, you know, two hours and, you know, at 15-ish minutes behind. So we gained a little bit of ground on them. So that's how much it would be if they was to continue on. If I push this button and refresh this, this is my only thing that's clunky with me, is navigating this system error there. Oh, nope. Nope, it's 14 go, so he's moving, so let's go. He actually had a pretty lame match there. 35, so we are actively competing now, guys. If you did not know, we are actively competing against the number 2 person in the world, MintDaddyPig, the former global champion. We took the championship from him, and he has not got it back since. That's why so far ahead that when I go do my job tomorrow, that even if he min-maxed the entire time I'm at that shift, that I come home, he's either just barely beat me for the title or we're even. So that makes sense to the people that are following this journey while I'm trying still go through my real life, because I haven't been sponsored enough to be able to quit that job, and until I respectfully can at least wait out a 2-week period with a respectful 2-week notice, which I'm going to put my job a 2-week notice in to my real job, because now we are going to be focusing on keeping the World Chomp Championship, as well as we are the United States champion in Pac-Man before Memorial Day. So to me, nobody can take the glory away from keeping all of this to within a homegrown and very, very respectful brand, which is our family, which is also the Vid-Bits. And we have now grown this out to be able to use our brand to get to this platform and be influencers in this degree. And we're very thankful, blessed, humble, and appreciative that you're joining us with this journey. So yeah, just so when I go to work tomorrow, when I'm really tired and I say I put my 2 weeks in, please understand I have a backup plan. That's because this is about to hit full tilt. We had another millionaire that's really respectful in the industry, that has self-made, and then whatever reason, I haven't looked into it, but motivated him to go start his own thing, and is 7 years or so into that journey. So I can tell you what 7 years can do. 77777, baby. I'm telling you, it's just gloriously superb when you can figure out how your life can be beneficial to everyone's. So it's just, that's the equivocal exchange, that's perfect balance and harmony, and that's why we are in the position that we're in. And if we don't self-actuate either that, I'm sorry, I will still continue to be this way every day and still be able to get a little more honed in. But the reason why I can tell you I'm manic is it's Pac-Mania, baby. We are Pac-Maniacs, and we are the #1 Pac-Maniac. And I guess I can call it the Pac-Maniac Championship, really. The Double Chomp, the Pac-Maniac Championship, because I have all the belts, the United States Championship and the Global, which are the only ones I can compete with. So until I start an alt account, or I start rising up in the other divisions to compete against myself, I can add those belts. If I get so far ahead, I'll fucking add those belts, because that's how crazy I am. I could be the new belt collector for Pac-Man and be like Ultimo Dragon and have them all hanging off my shoulders and shit. But most of the glory goes to anybody that will self-actuate and know that we're doing it for you as a community, because we have a small knit community that has brought me to feel like I could do anything. Because you could sit there and think I could do anything. I didn't spend my chance as an influencer to get you to self-actuate, that I'm wasting it. So, and that's not to any specific brands, because we're not sponsored by anything except for ourselves and our families and water. So we love you guys, and we are pursuing active sponsorships, and we have talked highly about brands that we like. So those are the people that, if they want to court us, that's great. And we don't want to be e-beggars, and we're trying our best to learn what the equivocal exchanges to those communication lines, so we actually get through to you. But I think if we just keep the course and put our nose to the grindstone, it'll work itself out, because we've been told by every type of situation that, and again, not to continue to, it's something I've thought internally, but lightning in a bottle is what I feel like we have here at the Vid-Bits, and we're just going to continue to stay in our own lane. And then the people that don't figure it out, that's fine, and we just have to worry about moving in silence as much as possible. But it's hard to move in silence, guys, when you're the Chomp champ, the champion, the Pac-Maniac champion, which is the double champ. We have both the championships of the United States Eastern well, I guess that's 3 then, if you think about it. The United States Eastern Championship, which basically I'm the best player also in the United States in general, because the other person that was the second best is global, and they are not here, and we are better than them. So that's 3 championships if you think about it. So unifying all those, we have the Pac-Maniac Championship, and we're not going to lose it to anyone. We're going to be the first people to hit 100,000 rating, and I do have the gift of gab, and I'm doing it respectfully to give Mint Daddy another chance to catch up. So let's refresh it and see where he's at. You know, again, it takes 7 minutes to move a match, or 7 or 8 minutes. He has moved another match, and now I'm ready to settle into this and give you guys some good play. So thank you so much. I'm Brian from the Vid-Bits, and this is freaking awesome that you know, it's an active competition, and I have a, you know, we'll push Dave the Diver until he gives up probably, or it's gonna have to be bumped until tomorrow or the next day. But Dave is coming the next couple days, guys. I promise. I want to make sure I do some service to the DLC that's come out and let you see some of that and stuff in every way. So alright, Chief, I'm sorry that you did not get the jalapeno popper. You're mad about it, so he's a mad Husko. He's like, where's my jalapeno popper? Tell him. What? Tell me. Speak. Chief. Chief. Tell him. You good boy. You good boy. Tell me. You don't need no jalapeno pooper. What? What? Yeah. Yeah, good boy. Good boy. Yeah. Alright, Dad, you gotta play some Pac-Man real quick, okay? Oh, that's bad. Oh, shit. Oops. Well, we are actively the vids, so welcome to chat. We are actively facing off against our rival. He's min-maxing against us because he found that we came across the perfect sync time to make it still competitive. We're about 2 hours and 15 minutes ahead of him. So we are defending the... I've renamed... I mean, I'm the double chomp. Le champion. Not la champion. The champion. So instead of saying the champion, I'm going to say the Pac-Maniac Championship. So the Pac-Maniac, man, because I have the United States Eastern or slash, which is also the United States in general, and also the Global Championship. So all of it together, the Pac-Maniac Championship, which is also going to be the reason why you can say I went crazy getting here, and I'm honing it in now. But if he takes it back, the global championship, then the belts will be split. So try not to split the titles right now actively in real time, and he is still moving against me. He's still trying to get there. He's not gained. He's still about 2 hours and 15 minutes, so he's moving as fast as I am in real time. So that's where we're at. Actively just letting real life flow against it. But honestly, the chance, what it is everything's colliding where I said I'm gonna put the 2 weeks in for my job. It just shows you that, you know, guys, when that happens, when your passion project and your real life intersects with each other, and you're like, when do you know when to quit your real job? When you're the world champion at Pac-Man across 2 different things, the United States and also the globe. And I think the fact that they've quantified it means we're going to go ahead and say, my name is the Pac-Maniac, baby. You know, Pops plays, Pops, you know, I love the fact that, you know, I also consider myself Johnny Monad, 777, baby. I keep going around all over the place and just planting seeds and trying to water them and help other people, inspire them to do what I did, which is live my dream, be a professional YouTuber, have more time with my son, be a YouTuber with my son, show his gaming acumen, show the world that we could be world-class gamers and not hiding in my basement anymore. And guess what? We are there, baby! We are at the leg, and we're just waiting for sponsorship, but we will sell all of our possessions, except for what we need to make sure that our Husky can stay alive, and I will min-max my life as far as how much I have to eat to be able to continue to jump and stream and make it so that I can be the champion and show everybody what you can do, and know that when they sponsor you, because I believed in everybody that's believed in me, and those people just didn't know it, and we all rise together and we all fall together. But when you're together and the wave lifts them up, you can do whatever you want to do in your life. Maximum right now, pow boom. You can manifest in the universe to have somebody give you a Husky that you can't afford that will keep you grounded. You can have people that don't have anything in their lives that they still kind of support you. You have people that are your friends come back in your life and you make even with them. But sometimes you also have to know that it's all about still learning. Every lesson that you've learned really means is all of your life's endeavors finally fucking falling into place where you try your best and know that you're going to heal up everybody that's lifted you up. And that's where we're at. That's where the Vid-Bits are. That's where we are with Chomp Champs. That's where we're with Pac-Man. That's where we're with Brian as his life, and seeing everybody in his life and being finally that I feel like I'm finally equal. I am back in the game. And you know what else we're doing with the Vid-Bits? Getting people out of semi-retirement. Get the fuck out of semi-retirement. Maximum right now, pow boom. Just think of the fucking first thing that you want to do in your life and just take a little chomp at it. Just one of these little pellets. Boop. And then just fucking go. And then you might go and then stop. Oh, okay, I'm full. No, you're not full. You want to do your thing. Boom, I'm energized. I'm going to fucking just crush it. I'm crushing it. I'm fucking crushing it, man. And you know what? There's life, though. There's life right there. And sometimes you're slowing down, but there's life here, and you have to sync up with it and get your energy. Oh, I got my energy. It doesn't matter how you quantify it. Ours is water. Oh, my God. And you're fucking just go. And you almost fucking make it, and you wipe out. But then you restart again, and you know that you're just going to fucking go, guys. You're going to go. And I'm narrating Pac-Man, but saying how it's an allegory for life. How you can go and you can stay in your own lane. Sometimes you have to merge with things that you want. Sometimes you should go for the prize. And other times you can. And other times it fucking will wipe you out. But at the end of the day, it's all about how you feel. And you should feel like you should be helping everybody that's helping you, because that's what life is all about. And then I won. And synchronicity. And I did script that. That is being the Pac-Maniac. That is being on the perfect timeline. That is being in balance, and also having to fucking knock yourself down to earth by petting your dog, high-fiving somebody that's around you so you can transfer the energy and the love, because it's infectious, taking a deep fucking breath, and being humble, appreciative, thankful, and blessed that you have an opportunity to actuate other people and Johnny Appleseed this bitch. You can do it for free. These seeds are for free. Just fucking be positive. Don't internalize all your stress. Just fucking find a way to min-max that stress into one really big thing. Say it so you can get it out right then. Unfortunately, sometimes that will fuck things up. It almost fucked all of this up, and not in its entirety. But you have to continue to fucking go, and that's where we're at here. And I appreciate you guys. We're going to keep going and see what's going on with him. Yep, he's still min-maxing against me, man. So it's 13 different, 13 wins. That's 2 hours. Is that 13 wins? I say. Is he only 13 wins behind me? I keep saying 2.5 hours. It's less than that, right? 3. Oh, it's not the wins. I keep looking at the wins, guys. The wins, it's only 2. It's about. The wins difference is only about an hour, but the ratings difference is about 2 hours and 15 minutes, and that's what we're looking at, guys. That's why I'm telling you, like, if you're min-maxing against win-loss records, you're doing the wrong thing. It should be the rating. Sponsor me while I'm also being sponsored, so trying to sponsor the world as far as, like, doing this for the fucking gamers, guys. And so I know it'll pay back, so I won't have to do that ever again eventually, and I'll be like, I won't be laughing all the way to the bank, but I guess I will when I finally say, I know you guys have been touching base with me, the Ruths and, you know, people in my local bank that have been watching me like, man, you really have to do that still, and I'm sorry that you've done that. And you know, they look at that metric on the screen and they don't really, you know, they try their best to be empathetic to your situation, but some of them are probably better off than you. Well, you know, most of the people I've been touching base with, I've got one of my grandmother banking there, and then another person that, you know, is younger and just looks at it and they can see my banking habits and how low I go on everything, because it's me bottoming out for my brand. Like I'm putting it into my brand. Like I thought that it was like selfish because it's just barely being able to afford games and food and all this other stuff, but really it's because I've been putting it into my brand, and the brand is the family. So when I say like living above my means, I mean that to survivability, but also to grow the brand. So when they always tell you have to fucking bottom out. I mean, I always keep using the wave analogy, and I always have this guy that comes in chats. His name's Mandated Mormon. He's like wave. He throws waves in chats, and that's what a very big allegory for my life is that the wave lifts them up, but also we all crash, and it depends on how you get up together. And if you don't synergize back up with what's rising, then you're just fucking with the rest of the ocean. And that's what it is. You want to be part of the wave of whatever you're creating, the wave of your community that lifts you up and lifts you there. And then you also want to be rising and falling with their emotions in a way where it's not being anti-productive to you, but if you've done it the right way, they will continue to rise with you. And then when you fall, you won't fall quickly. The wave will keep going, and it'll just keep fucking just staying higher and higher for longer and longer. And you'll heal each other. That's why discords are great, when people don't want to always have these huge nexuses where they can talk to each other on their cell phone and shit. It's just an amazing situation where you can then find different communal hubs. We have two now. We have the Minecraft communities thing that Braden's doing and me is doing on the side, the Realm project, so you guys can hang out there and do your own thing. And don't fucking quantify whether or not because it's Minecraft. That's bullshit. We're talking about gamers and having fun. So if some of them want to go in there and hardcore build, it's there. If somebody wants to go and dick around socially, it's there. Just don't fucking around with there too bad, or you'll find out when we roll it back and ban you, and then you'll be like, why did I do that? Not like Nick A and fucking like be like crazy to shit, because we're not a Minecraft channel. We have 860 videos, but we don't have fucking but like 3 or 4 Minecraft videos up there because we make that our own time and our own passion project. And so it's also its own thing, so that you as a community don't ever like fucking like the algorithm doesn't throw us in the Minecraft channel shit, but also makes it so that it doesn't disrespect the people that want to do, and we can also barter through creative shit, like how we can like cross brand your YouTube content that you're making with us or in the realm that you're a part of, so that you can start as a creator doing your own shit. So when I was told to fucking flesh it out, I mean I don't even look at what our reach is so far, because we're not slowing down. So that's part of it. And then also now here as the Chomp champ, you will eventually be able to network in, and we'll have the community that's going to fill this fucking game and fill these bots. And I never thought I was going to be the guy, but then that's one of our sayings here at the Vid-Bits: if you don't know if you're going to be the guy, you're the fucking one. And like, I don't see how Bandai Namco won't be appreciative, because right now it looks pretty stagnant, even though it's only in this first month. That's why it's the blessing. The story's there. I had to chase to get it. I got it my way. I got it by pushing myself to a pack maniac, and then now I'm giving it to everybody. And I firstly gave it to their mascot without making him look anything other than clean for PR, because he had to clean up for PR. But man, we're ready to party. So maybe he slaps his fucking first gear on and shit, and we raise both the physical fucking championships for all you guys, for the fucking gamers, for the first time, when they give us our sponsorship, or they tell us we're not interested in your brand, but you can keep doing your own thing. So I hope it's one of those two things. If not, I think the influence is going to be there where we'll be able to find our own lane, because this is schematic for gaming and to make people feel sensational and bring their feeling that they can be hardcore gamers up again. I'm telling you, man, why not use the platform for this? Instead of just be like another guy in the sea of faces that don't let their voice be heard. Like, at a convention, the one guy that's raising their hand trying to ask the question, and you're hoping to God you're gonna get pinged. Like, we're here. We got Matthew in the vids in chat, and they're two of the few people that are in our membership. We have the completely unnecessary tier, which we're sponsored and propped up by Skippy the Bard and Matthew, and then the significant contribution tier, which is the mid tier, which is Cuts Our Green, Smarty, Blazin, and Jedi Knight right now. And then the bit of us buy us a bit of caffeine, which is Greg Schneider, Rusty Bucket, and Puzzler Studio. And the thing is, that might get renamed eventually, because you guys making this so infectious. I only need water, which is our sponsor right now, besides the family, and besides you that are spending any time sharing, and subscribing this content to see some of the amazing projects that two guys are producing, and with a 25-year age gap between them, 18-year-old and I'm 40, in my early 40s. I'm an 80s kid, so you can do the math. I'm not trying to quantify it. I think certain people, when you quantify things too much, they don't believe they can do something. So people in my age bracket, I hope you're inspired to do these kind of things. How many times are you just gaming with your children and wondering if it could be a little bit more, because you are teaching them and they're growing, and you guys can see the progress, or you're only as good as them, or you're seeing all the different things. You're watching me and my son grow as gamers as well, and we're already world-class gamers, and being able to get motivated by how you guys perceive it does nothing but make it infectious for us to continue besides the fact, like I always say, I would just do this for fucking the love of the game, because I always have. And the hard thing to quantify is, you know, just practicing Pac-Man mindlessly by myself for the love of the game, and then it being able to quantify and be actuating this for, you know, to attain the platform, and then already spend 2 years for doing it for nothing but love, and still now trying to spend the most time we can to vet the money responsibly and show everybody, be transparently what we're going to do with it. I think it just all makes sense, because that way there's nobody that can be like, well, the Vid-Bits did this irresponsibly. If they did, it's because we were negligent and we'll be held accountable. And if not, we're trying our best to not waste time that we're creating content by worrying about those things until somebody brings us to the first and foremost attention, so we can make those changes on the fly. So we need to make the money, but we're trying to make it responsibly, and then taking out of the hands of people that really need it to is never going to be our jive. So when the whole thing is that we're trying to fucking put it in your hands so you can self-actuate and live your life's maximum right now, pow, boom. So give me a pound, bam, just imagine that we gave each other the nuts. You're going to start doing your art today. You're going to do your glass blowing project. You're going to start, you know, cataloging that. You're going to, you know, you're going to hone in on knowing that when you're spinning those fire sticks and you're doing your fire dancing, that somebody else may be inspired more too, because while you're doing it, you may add to it by starting a social about it that shows people what you're doing, and realize it's not like it's a humble brag, because sometimes people need to know that everybody can do it, and sometimes they need to be closer to the people that are actuating their dreams. So that's why I can walk around in public and just wear the smallest amount of Namco or Bandai Namco merchandise or Pac-Man merchandise, and try to talk about somebody else that don't know me, and then after I give all my can to let them know that I'm trying to make sure that they're okay, say, hey, yeah, I was this famous guy in the gaming community that came up to you and world famous now. So not just I'm in America, so those people are already impressed, but globally famous now, and those people are already giving their money first anyways, before this was even Babe Ruth, where I called if this was going to happen. And you can look at it because it's all happened in real time. So like, this is one of the things that I never have to worry about whether or not people believe me, because it's all here on YouTube and you can watch it for free in the folder, and we highly encourage you to do so. So all those things being said, it should be inspirational for you that you can do whatever the fuck you want, and just know that somebody that's just been the guy that's been hanging out in your life and you think is an NPC, maybe he's ready to be like a fucking, like, level up to being like the real character that's going to be the influencer that's going to say, hey to you, I can help you and lift you up, because I'm already doing it in my mind before I've gotten the money to do it. And so that's how, you know, real philanthropy works there, as opposed to, you know, being like, well, when I get the bag, and then the reason why you never get the bag is because the universe is looking at how you're going to spend it. They're like, nope, don't need the energy balanced off that way. But the guy that's going to be like, let me fucking Johnny Appleseed people and wake up and help them self-actuate all the things they could do, and then use that and show how much they're going to give away before they get it. And then I have made the cosmic contract with the universe, and so Bray obviously is an agreement that if we're held accountable to saying that we're going to do these things, and then we do them and they don't, and we're not doing them, then obviously we'll just stop and we'll just go back to being gamers in our basement. It's not like we're going to be ready to be cash out as soon as we make it, because like tomorrow is still eating the biggie bag at Wendy's or the 2 for $5 or whatever, and it's still, you know, and again, we're not sponsored, but it's still just doing the regular thing, going through to and just getting what we need. And the only difference is that will level up, or we can just have the refrigerator stocked full of fresh fruits and vegetables, and eat clean, and the hydration station and all that stuff. You know, being able to have the arcade, be able to have the studio to create good content, wake up raw out of bed, and, you know, roll down my water slide into my swimming pool so I can do what I really want to do, which is water meditate and basically just chill and just get myself ready for a great day of production in a small, we're never gonna want to be, we're gonna overproduce by creating the dream environment that we want to be in now. So if you see what like the fans demand it, so like, yeah, I want to have an arcade in the studio, but it'll only have a couple games. It'll basically be built one game at a time as the games that we're practicing. So like right now it'll be like Donkey Kong, Pac-Man, Breda's Mappy, so, and then like a couple of small things, and that's it. And then once it grows, it's because we've mastered those games, set the scores we want to on those games, work towards those games or whatever, and then built outward based on what the fans thought would be cool to see in there, because that's going to be like the backdrop. So they're helping create the backdrop, not like my narcissistic desire to see what collectibles are back there. So that's why when I say quit my job, I got a couple $1,000s worth of collectibles, so I can definitely start selling those off, even if I don't get a good amount of money for them. I'll be like, can you help the pack champ out and just give me what you want for this collectible? And I hope that matters, that they give me a little bit better, and if they don't, they don't. I'm just going to go out there and try to do what I can, knowing that when they give their money, they're giving me the money for that item to resell it or whatever, keep it or whatever. I don't even give a fuck if you care, I'll sign it or whatever, but it'll help the brand, the Vid-Bits, get more of that money together so we can start to, you know, again, I need playing out there. I need a better sleeping situation. We need better gaming, like 2 gaming chairs to start up. I need a 2 computer desks. I need to be able to stream from 2 I can put the list of all the things we need to get the production studio up so that when we're doing these things, you can feel like that's where that's going. But first and foremost, before we get exhausted, the first goal is to get the new Nintendo console and all of the media and an extra controller, extra controllers that we need, and then all of that extra dump from the first wave of donations, because all this has come from you and everything that we put. So we're matching in all the money, the generation from all the money that's coming from the ad revenue, and then all the money for the donations. Even though you've been telling us to buy pizzas and all that sort of stuff, it's in that fund. So when that fund goes all the way up, and it's whatever the launch date is, and we can get the pre-orders in, we're gonna look at that number. We're gonna pay off and pre-order accordingly. And if by proxy, by miracle, you guys decide that they only had like 12 launch games and we went over budget and we like got it all, guys. For that first wave, we are still cashing out to 0 and giving all back to the people that are on any of the membership tiers and the base subscribers that have been here from the beginning. So I'm making a list. So if you've been in chat, you're going to be added to that list. So when that happens, if there's an overflow, if that's an overflow to give another console away, then we'll pre-order and give another console away. If it's just like, hey, it's one of the games, it'll be the AAA title for the system, and maybe like the second, like the part that like we'll do a community poll. What will be the launch titles announced? Like we will literally mail it to you, so that way you know. While we're still building this hope and dream, and we really need that money to increase the productivity of the studio and survivability, we're still wanting to make the content for the gamers, and then also the pipe dream of the fact that you are like the Vids or Matthew or Pink Panther or Skippy the Bard or somebody like that that's been contributing to us, that you could just, because we can pull out of a name of 12 people, because there's only 12 people believing in us out of 2,700 people or whatever, then you get a 1 in 12 chance of winning a $600 setup or 5. You know what I mean? Like that to me is like a philanthropy where you can really give back to the fans. And there's other people that show that example and show that example with their time, and they know that it's hard to find a way to be pinpoint where you're gonna do that in, because you know the next person's gonna like, I got this from a famous YouTuber, and they're gonna sell it for 30 times as much and add to the fucking bullshit that it is. But that's also part of being like a, you know, that's a kind of a pirate attitude too, because you're trying to survive. But and again, you know, where your empathy lies as to how much you care about the other person. At the end of the day, how you feel about it is all that matters. So that's just showing you that the Vid-Bits are for the gamers and the gaming community, but also that way every time that we play that content, especially when we launch, we can say at the beginning of every video for everything that we cover, you guys put us here, we have this because you can see that we can't afford it. It's almost like I'm trying to manifest it through the community, and that's the only barterment that I'm willing to make for your money, is that when you guys put it in there, hopefully you overflow the coffers enough to get all that stuff and then get some of it back. And if not, we're still going to buy it anyway somehow, because it's going to happen. And it's crazy when you go like that. That's maximum right now, PAL boom activation, and that type of mentality will get you the Nintendo Switch 2. And when I go back and we like compile the video and we're talking about that, how I'll be able to be like, you guys paid for 42% of it or whatever, and then like, if you know, or if you paid for all of it, like you guys, I can make the video be like, remember when I called my shot Babe Ruth about Pac-Man, when I called my shot Babe Ruth style about you guys paying for us to get all this, and then knowing that if it seemed like it was selfish, then you guys also put a bunch of money in a bank for you guys to get some prizes, and know that that's kind of showing you the foundation of the 80%, 20%, because who knows if, you know, if the Switch is $600 or $1,000 for all that shit, you know, who's to say that you guys won't generate us that much money by then, because Nintendo hasn't really announced when it's going to be out. So that's the kind of things that you do to get yourself hyped, but you also know that you're doing it for fucking everybody, because then you'll do it for just yourself, because all you need is you, and you as me and Braden, and we did it for ourselves, and in like, you know, in retrospect, because of that, because of the type of people that we are, and we really care about every fucking buddy else before ourselves. In this situation, we're finally giving back to the people that really are believing in us. So again, thank you very much, the people, and I'm going to say the list one more time at the end of that. Skippy the Bard, Matthew, Cuts Are Green, Smarty, Blazin', Jedi Knight, Greg Schneider, Rusty Bucket, Puzzler Studio, Pink Panthers, you know, Bud Smoking Pandas. There's lots of people, and it's getting to be a larger and larger list, and it's a good problem for me to have, but I will always still try my best to never forget anybody, you know, and I really love everybody that's given us the chance to live our dreams as content creators, so thank you very much. Going in here, let's see, He's still min-maxing against me, guys. So we're in a flow state of having to keep going. That's why Dave got pushed, guys. And that's also as a content creator. As long as I'm still creating something. So I'm sorry I'm disappointing Dave people, but I'm sure that they will understand that I will get there. And it's going to be not because I have to, it's because I want to. But this is important right now to not give this guy more than the 2.5 hours that he's got, because I'm trying to build up time so when I go do my job tomorrow, you know, it's because I'm scheduled on a specific amount of time on my retail job, that I don't piss them off, because I've already pissed them off some. And again, I don't, it is what it is. That's not quantifiable. Like, you're quitting your job full-time to play Pac-Man? No. I'm quitting my job to full-time go into content creation because it makes the most sense, because people have validated that we're in the right direction, and unfortunately we don't have the funds to do it full-time until we're sponsored correctly, and we will not take it unless it's the right way, because that's how alchemy works. When you do it with the wrong intention, you generate a negative response. Do it with the right intention, and you can achieve lightning in a bottle, and you can attract the attention of people like Thor, who will read your message like emphatically and be happy and know that there's somebody else that he knows that when his words right there were going to inspire us. And look what he did. He fucking kind of like took a sip and like, ooh, because that's how I feel when I take a sip of water. I feel like, ooh, it's like Felix fucking Felicis. And I don't know if he knew that he was going to know the Vid-Bits, and maybe, you know, we may not be able to touch base with each other. We'd love to talk. We'd love to share ideas, and we'd love to see, you know, where we marry up with that. Me together, me with Braden together, individually, separately too. Like, I think that sometimes you get different opinions together, and you don't want the other person to like block your flow of thought or whatever. But I think that he was meant to expose you to me for a reason. But I had always seen you in the industry. But I keep saying, stay in your own lane and head down, power through. So unfortunately, any disrespect towards not knowing how awesome you were, exactly what you've done, you know, that to me is like maybe because I had to wait and get it when I needed to get it. I don't know. That feeds into the neck. Everything happens for a reason and shit. It's like finding a penny on the ground, picking it up, seeing the year on it, and then looking up and seeing, no, I don't know, it's dumb to some people, but like the angel number for it. And then like when you look that up sometimes, and again, it's how you feel about it, you can look at it and it can actually resonate with what's going on in your life right then. And the reason why that's important, and I know it's weird because numerology means different people to different things, but when we look at it all in code and everything's zeros and ones, I can't stray away from it, right? That's why you can do stuff like min-maxing Pac-Man, or you can do stuff like coding or any of that. You can see it in a way that other people can't see it. And I've kind of now seen it that when you see those synchronicities, and they can be a way to validate you and tell you you're in the right direction. There's also different synchronicities that the system tells you. And it's the reason why the algorithm is going to start picking us up no matter what, is because we're going to create the content that it wants to push, or it finds it's starting to get the gains to the point where it needs to push. And then that should also genuflect naturally into you guys only seeing the ads that we want you to see, which is also what you want to see because you're only here for the content, which is for the most part wholesome, with an extension of a little bit of raw reality of it that makes it so that we dial back, you know, we don't dial back our emotions, but we try to be we're non-denominational, we're non-political, we try to respect everybody's opinions unless you're harming people's energy. And then we also are trying our hardest to only cross-pollinate our brand with people that are in a neutral situation, the same as ours mentally wise. We do know that there's skeletons in every company's closet, and that's why I guess we're so careful to who we play ball with. But we're here on the playground now, guys, and we have arrived at the main stage. While you get the harmonious 1, 4, 4, 4, and 4, 4, 4. So if you're into that stuff, when I'm saying this shit and you're talking about synchronicity and harmony and everything else, that's what I call about the perfect timeline. So you just have to be humble about it and realize when you're doing it for a good motive, which in this case is making everybody money, from us to the people that support us, to the people that, well, I keep saying want to see people fail, but when they see maybe this is going to soften their heart. It's like they're the Grinch and Dr. Seuss, and we're going to soften their heart that they can start to make the money a little more responsibly. And when they see that they can make even more of it, like almost like how they embraced Jimmy, and you know, he's making so much money that even though he's throwing it all back out there again, he's still so happy, or appears to be so happy. And I believe that he is, because it just keeps going to the point where he knows that you have so much money that it doesn't mean anything as long as you just then lean into what means most in life. And I think it's just activating other people's passions, so, and helping people live their dreams. So being able to be in a situation where anybody now that wants to be the Pac-Man World Champion, you can. I've showed you that you can. I've given you the road to it on YouTube. I haven't monetized it as far as the fact of a book per se, but I have is the fact that you may have to sit through some commercials, which I hope you don't skip, so that you can show us that you support the fact that I've given you the tech and how I, and also the human soliloquy and allegory and all that stuff of my life is within the over 120 hours of a real film of a raw man's emotion from when Pac-Man was born to Pac-Man's 44th birthday, right after my natural 43rd birthday. So it's just like I'm just a little bit behind. But when we roll into Pac-Man's 45th birthday, just imagine where we're going to be at. And it's going to be amazing when we go into his 50th birthday and we are still rolling around with whatever amazing medium that they're creating here at Bandai Namco and Entertainment and whatever they decide to morph these into, because it seems like they do that when it makes sense, and it's great when some of the more original creators of those projects have to influence on them, and then you can get something like me who can vibe with it. But also it's not been hard because I've played all the building blocks pretty much up to this that's led it so I can see how it's hybrided up in this experience. And if you want to know the road of all the games I've played and you want to see all the scores I can set and all of those games and how I play them, that stuff will come when this calms down a little bit. But I'd like to show you those things too, from things like Pac-Mania to Super Pac-Man, Pac and Pal, Miss Pac-Man, that kind of stuff. So, I mean, Miss Pac-Man I know is a sore subject, but we'll have to talk about that. I don't want to make, if we are sponsored at that time, I don't want to make the guys at Bandai Namco mad about that. I don't know. I know on my Arcade 1-Up it says it's Bandai Namco Entertainment Incorporated in the bottom of it, but I'm not sure, and we do compete on those leaderboards for Pac-Man and all those other games on the Arcade 1-Up platform. We're not sponsored by them either, but we do compete, and we are competing at the highest level on games like Super Pac-Man and Pac and Pal. So when you see crazy feats like this, it's not that I'm just a Pac-Maniac for this game. It's multi-platform, and I am blessed to be able to perform at that level because I'm obsessed with it. So that's why I am the Pac-Maniac champion. It's not because that's a shield to get our brand over. It's also the lightning in the bottle thing where I'm blessed enough that it's multi-platform, that we can hopefully get more people to put their eyes on the Vid-Bits and amazing projects that we've done, like Game of Day May, or today I gushed about Braid to the point where I literally cried, and I don't detract that, and I want you to go and experience it. I tried my best, Jonathan, to not put too much of the game out there so they would experience it themselves, but it makes more sense to me that I did it in the way that I did. I tried to not overproduce it. I tried to control the character in a way where I gave the environment some emotion to it, and then I actually auditorially gave the emotion that I was feeling as a raw human being, not overproduced, and I promise you that. I think that it'll come across that way, and that's what I think a game like that means. And for us to do a Game of Day May, where we do a different game every day in the month of May, and the theme this year to be indie games as much as indie culture, and luckily people like Charlie is talking about how much AAA games and indie games are trying to having a juxtaposition where they switch. I think when you look at the anniversary also correlating with something like Jonathan Blow's Braid and when it came out and what it can do for the industry, again, not taking away from what you can take upon it yourself. It shouldn't be quantified as to what the fuck that is. That's when we start to have, that's when you have toxicity as a reviewer, guys. Stop speaking in fucking absolutes about how you should quantify somebody feels about a game that's open to interpretation, when really if you're not beating it from beginning to end and doing what I did at the beginning of the experience, which was like let the beginning title marinate and let the fucking music marinate and get you in there, and not just to fucking milk the runtime. And I wasn't even sure if it's gonna be monetizable because it's still in limbo right now. I want you to understand that we do not do shit for the fucking money here. We do shit for the love of the game. We do shit for the gamers. So me being able to use the platform as the fucking Pac-Maniac, the North American and global champion, I'm doing that for the fucking gamers too, to make the industry get a stink fist and know like what it needs to do to wake up, shake the fucking system, and start to activate in a way where we can all make more responsible money, better content, make a refreshment of structuring. We can't trademark how we're doing structured content blocks. I'm sure other people across YouTube do it in their own way, but we're trying to fucking stay in our own lane and be a little bit different, and respectfully it's working, as some people have validated. So it's hard not to be egotistical when you're on top of the world, and I've never met anybody else that's the number one in the world at anything. So before anybody comes at me like you're an egotist, have you ever talked to somebody that is the number one person in the world at anything? I literally said you can't be the one unless you know the guy, and like literally if you can't find the fucking guy now, it's you. So wake up and be the best glass blower, be the best philanthropist, be the best gardener, be the best grandson, husband, wife, daughter, lawyer, anything. Just be the best and start one day at a fucking time. And look what I did in 2 weeks with 7 days behind. Don't be more behind. We started thinking about the Vid-Bits 7 years ago. We talked about it for about 5 years. We only activated for the last 2, and at 2 we fucking went bam. Now look at what we're gonna be in 7 years from now when it's around 20, cresting over 2030. And so 5 years from now, so 7 years from when we started, we'll say it's almost gonna be 2030. And look what we're gonna be from then. Look what I'm going to do for Pac-Man and the branding and healing the brand by the time it gets to his 50th birthday. I'm going to be infinitely associated with this brand, so I want to make sure that I'm doing the best I can with my image and learning that I've learned all my lessons in life, and all those things, those ebbs and flows and ups and downs, rises and falls, are what gets you to being Pac-Man champion of the world if that's your dream, or being fucking, Beethoven if that was your dream to get there. Like, no matter fucking what, no matter the adversity, no matter rising and falling and wiping out, you have to do it every day, the whole cycle, every day. But one day, the wave will lift you up, and you can keep everybody up, man. And then the people underneath there, they're fucking shooting the curl, and they're just enjoying the view, and they can come in and out if they want to safely, and nobody's crashing down on them. And it's just fucking new day every day. And growth looks different, lead to different people, different ways, and different days. But every fucking day is valuable. So love you guys, plant some seeds, water others, and then just know that we are the gardeners in life. We're farmers here in the location that we are geographically, so that's kind of ironic. And we're also putting our nose to the grindstone, trying our best to not give too much of a consideration to our rival now, because he's about 2 hours behind us if you look at how much experience points rating wise we have between the two of us. But as long as we keep this going, the only thing he can do is lose more of that ground, because we have kept going into every match while we're also talking to you and being able to create some great memories with you, and hopefully inspire you to do great things here, because it's amazing that I can hypnotically play Pac-Man and also do that at the same time. And I mean, it's just gonna get to the point where you guys are gonna be infectiously thinking I need to be replacing Barry Corner. And you're gonna go in there and you're gonna start your account, you're gonna grind your way up, you're gonna hit Chomp champ level, and then I'm gonna possibly find you if you're in the United States, and then if not, there may be times that we can do during the talk show where I switch to different divisions, and I'll just hop in different divisions. I don't know how that works, but if that's possible, I'll do that, because I am the global Chomp champ, so we'll go into that kind of stuff. I'm not fleshing it too much out, but I guess I am, because you're supposed to fan the flames a lot, so it's happening here. And once I get such a supreme lead that I can not have to worry about how many hours ahead I am, that will help. But that's where we're at right now. And I hope that you guys know that you can beat me in the tunnels anytime that you spend the time to do so. So I just can't wait to be able to call out your names in the leaderboards when you get up there. And I get excited, like I saw, what was it? Try Again. Like, that's a new name, so that makes me excited. So I see the boards every day, and to see that, knowing that person tried hard, because they shot up out of nowhere. I've only been looking at the top 20, so that means all those, I didn't get a chance to see that person rise up to the leaderboard. So when I can do this full time, I can give all those gamers the credit that they deserve, and they will hopefully start doing stuff like becoming superstar gamers, or showing if they're world-class gamers, and showing up and showing out on their YouTubes. But that ultimately is up to them. So. Oh, I think we got a game on him. I think we did, fellows. That's the only other reason it lets me know. Like, I'm not worried about having more wins than him, because we have a better win-loss rating ratio. But I am trying to see, if he slows down. And we got William Grieve in chat. What up, William? He's awesome. Yeah, William, we are hanging out, and we are showing up and showing out as the Pac-Maniac, the double Chomp champ, the champion of the United States, and also the United States Eastern, obviously, but the United States as a whole, and the global champion of Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs by Bandai Namco Incorporated. And we are rolling it, guys. It's been great so far. It's a pretty good sesh. We're getting a little bit of activity from the pig. He's kind of woke up. Unfortunately, the Dave the Diver stream will be pushed off today, because I have to just put my nose to the grindstone all the way up until when I go to my shoot job. I finally found that point where you get to quit your real job. That's where I'm at. So I'm excited about that, because I've wanted my whole life for this. So I can't wait to go there and respectfully give them 2 weeks and work that out, and be able to be the full-time MC, and also start the E-League for this game, and get all these people excited about competing against each other, and you know, I never knew I was going to be the guy that was going to replace all these bots with real people that are infectious with Pac fever, as I am the Pac Maniac, the Double Champ, and all the people that are in our chat and the people that have been supporting us at the Vid-Bits has made it so I can live my dream, and you guys will all activate, and we will get to a higher state of resonance where, you know, we can start to be productive in all the cool things that we want to do, and then weed out doing the things that we don't want to do that unfortunately derails us from doing what we're passionate about. So thank you so much for that, guys. You guys are just freaking awesome. I'm hyped. Just trying to run away with it before Memorial Day. If I can just keep it going, like, you know, again, this is no disrespect from where you're at geographically, but I am in America. I am in the United States of America. The people in this area like really love patriotism and all that. So again, I think patriotism is a good form of togetherness. So as long as your intentions are good, that's good. We're not just going to quantify that. It's like Christmas. People that don't like Christmas, that's fine, but they gotta at least like the infectious feeling that Christmas can generate. And if they don't, then that's shitty. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're gonna see some great content from us here on the Vid-Bits over that, and I think that, you know, everything's just falling into place. Just the money needs to come into place so I can have a refrigerator full of delicious drinks and smoothies and waters and, you know, full protein packs of like meats and small nut and cheese veggies and stuff. Be able to have clean intake so I can continue to produce for you guys, and also a great sleeping situation and situation to edit, produce content, and that's pretty much the priority of where the money will go after the Switch fund is full, because the Switch fund has to happen so we can be right in the game with that content as soon as it comes out. It's not as selfishly me and Brave want to sit around and play Switch. We have given up our complete independent gaming schedule by showing you that our gaming schedule is consistent upon what makes sense, what's topical, also what's demanded by our fan club, and it makes the most sense to do it that way so that we have a healthy work-life balance where we're also then taking our healthy part, which is what we want to do, is airing it to you. So when I would play something to decompress from something I think is a little bit stressful or I'm competitive in, I would play a comfort game. In this case, I'm playing Dave the Diver. So, you know, instead of me just turning and not that was the bumpy ride. So the people that are here now, thank you very much for supporting us, because we couldn't have got there without. And again, I'm saying all these things knowing that they're going to happen with next to nothing in my bank account, wiping out every fucking day for you, and knowing that I still have a plan at the end of the day. And if it's just sitting in my house and play games and then stay back in the cave, I will. But at least I got to this point where it's an amazing situation where I can be this way with you guys. So love you. I do speak for myself when I go on these tirades as Brian, but ultimately I do speak as the Vid-Bits, and Bray will keep me in check if I say something fucking dumb. So as a parent, just make sure that that's like an example to you is, if you're not getting where you need to be and you have kids, then you're fucking dumb if you're not utilizing whatever they say when it makes sense, and also respectfully knowing that they're still almost like your voice, and sometimes people even say we sound the same. So you're not fucking listening to your inner monologue or your inner child then that's still alive, because you are a parent and you've let them do whatever they want, or you use generational curses to fucking like tether them from doing the things that they need to do, and that's a whole nother kettle of fish. I hate that phrase. I've never seen a kettle of fish. But yeah, I digress. I'm going to go ahead and go move in silence now because I'm getting a little friendship, guys. Thank you so much for putting me in this position as the Vid-Bits Fun Club, and I'll be right back. And I hope that you're enjoying this. Let's just check it on the pig one more time. Did he slow down? Let's see. Let's see. He is still up. Yep. So yeah, I'm gonna let him catch up. 3 more games. No, I'm not. But I'll be right back. Alright guys, let's see how much ground I let him gain. Let's leave the queue. He only gained one match on that, so that's good. Again, it's mainly the quality of the wins that we're looking at here, guys, so I have to take a private phone call real quick. I'm going to keep playing, obviously, because I can't let him get any ground, but I appreciate you guys, and you can keep talking to each other in chat, and if not, I will get to you when I can. But Matthew, thank you for hanging around and watching us continue to make history as we're going towards 100,000 for the first people ever to do it, and also we have the most money that anybody has, and we're the richest. We're the Scrooge McDuck. So we got that too. All these first metrics that we're going to keep hitting in this game until it closes down, or until everybody is infectious enough where they realize that we just need to keep updating it. But no bad vibes here, only good ones, considering the fact that we are in the first month of it, and then a very limited platform. It lasted for 3 years, so there's fucking that. So I appreciate you guys, and like I said, activate the day a little bit, drink some water, hydrate. Brought to you by water, the beverage that you should hopefully find in your home. Love you guys. Let me take this call and whip some butt. You know, sometimes you wait your whole life for validation. And what is that? Like, what is it? Like, is validation when you spend too much time looking in the mirror and saying, am I fucking actuating my self-worth because of all the things that I think I should be versus all the things I inherently think I want to be? And that's all very much influenced by how culture, exists. So quantifying what you think is worth in your life is what you think about it. Whatever it is. If you draw, then you love being an artist. If you fucking love it and you can only make stick figures but you love it for the game. You're not going to have to worry about it and enjoying it and quantifying how much you enjoy it if you're doing it because you're passionate about it first and foremost. And you will wipe out because there's times your ego will look at it and be like, this isn't fucking good enough, I should just crumble this up and never fucking do it again. And when you do that, you don't win. You just stay stagnant and you can't be the best you, and you don't actuate anything towards any type of dreams because you don't believe that you're good enough. And unfortunately, you're your own bully in your own backyard. So all I can tell you is this. When you spend at least more than just time thinking about it, 2 years actuating it, putting your nose to the grindstone and sacrificing everything, rising together and wiping out, but your community that's with you is rising together and wiping out with you. When you start to see other people in the community that still are with you and they're succeeding, you also know that you're getting there. But when you get people that don't even know you that are successful and have lived the same path that are validating that, you know you're getting there. And when it's going to be a new example, so he's scared. But they're all very wealthy and very influential. And knowing that they all have given you validation in a way where you now have felt that awe of how I felt about people like Jenny Maddox in the world. A woman that you just have to look their name up, and if you look them up, you'll know. There's the key of the Twilight. Jenny Maddox. Look it up. She does amazing holistic work, and she spent her life as whatever you like to say, as a light bearer, a star seed. And I guess if we're not sponsored by her, but we say anything that you could do looking that person up makes sense to me because they're amazing. So like that type of stuff, when I've been around that type of person, they're not a celebrity, but the way that their aura is like the aura that makes you feel like they have so much struggle, but they're just doing it and they're living their dreams. How do you do that? What's the secret sauce? I think a lot of what we do is just trying to be anti-gatekeepers as to giving you the secret sauces for where we've been. So if anything else, if you look at the growth of our channel as an example of how you can grow in 2 years and you didn't start anything, replace the game aspect of the YouTube creation project with whatever you're passionate about. We used to call them Mad Libs back in the day. It was like a big pad that had a bunch of spaces in it, and you filled them up, and you decided what, adjective, adverbs, and nouns, and subjects and stuff. Just look at that and just take, when you look at all of the stuff we've done in 2 years and replace the gaming thing and all the gaming passion and the 860 something videos about gaming and just look at the fact that could be you putting that much videos in about your drawing when you have a hard cam in, looking at a easel and or like a station, and like you have it honed in on your hands, and if you don't want to talk, you put in music, or you're silent, you just have some sort of some sort of environmental music in the background. You can create your own jam. It should be your own jam. You'll hone it in. It takes a while, you'll hone it in, but then you just sit there and you start sketching. And even if you don't sketch the whole thing, you decide that you want to make an episodic thing where you decide it's nice in like 44 minutes, 24 minutes, whatever's tangible to you, because you still need to put something up. So even if the first day it's scary and you put 4 minutes up, it's still, you put that in, you sketch a little bit of the character for 4 minutes, and then you can do a signature, or you don't, and you just click it off and you just go. Maximum right now, pow, boom, go. Just stream it to your folder. If you don't have the guts to put it up publicly, then you just stop right there, and then you go on and you do the next day, you do another one. Maybe you're a little bit more inspired and you go for more than 4 or 5 minutes, you go for 7 minutes. You sketch another person, and like he's going up against the other person, and you start to flesh it out. And the next thing you know, you're not worried about the camera being on. You know the routine is that you have to turn it on, but you just do the damn thing. Every day you're building. So you're building blocks, you're getting momentum. You're feeling it now in your head. Right now when I'm talking, you think, what can I be like that about? I don't know. It's not quantifiable to me because I don't know you. But like, if I'm going to put it in an allegory or a metaphor to this game, I'm going to say all these NPCs that are munching around, like whatever their names are, that I know that they're an NPC, to me, when I learn about them a little bit more, they're not an NPC anymore. They're, you know, Kaya, and he tells me about, he's passionate about blowing glass, and he's something that I have to ping as far as like talking to somebody in regular commerce. But because I'm trying to make that a more enjoyable experience for both of us, I always try to say, what are you passionate about that's not the thing that you're doing? And then when they say that, most of the time people already start to self-activate. You can just say that. So that's the opening thing. And the closing thing is, you always say maximum right now, pow boom, because, you know, that's easy. That's 5 words to remember when you should. When should you activate? Maximum. Right now, pow boom. The maximum is how much effort you should put in. And that looks different. That's when we say growth looks different in different ways in different days, is because that maximum effort sometimes is 4 minutes, sometimes it's 8 minutes, sometimes it's 12 minutes, sometimes you're fucking so rolling that it's fucking an hour, sometimes you're a pack maniac and it's several fucking, like, almost over a dozen hours, and then other times you are so wiped out that you fucking don't do anything the next day. But because we all need a day of rest, but you know, to me, since I'm a gamer, even when I have a day of rest here, there's a chance I'm still going to be playing a fucking game, so why not stream it and try to inspire somebody if we're bullshitting about something, or somebody's like, hey, Brian, I'm doing this medium, and if I don't even know what it is, I will at least try to fucking lend you in the right way. And to me, this platform is still more important, that I am the double chomp. I have the championship, the North American Championship. I have the fucking World Championship. I've had them united. I haven't lost them yet together. And I still know that somebody's actually actively min-maxing, are going as fast as they can to race up to me to take one of them back. And I could ruin all of this if I load in and he's taking it. But it's still been more important for me to say this shit to you for free, not monetized, knowing that I'm very much bottomed down in my physical fucking life and reality, but knowing that the inspiration of all that is more important than fucking losing these belts. And I'm still wanting to try to keep it, because the timing will be crazy if when I go, hey, let's go, he's not beat me. And it's not because it's more important or less important than anything, and not making anybody feel guilty that I had to go take that phone call with, but they are so fucking much more of a part of what's going on with me. And we also have people like Skippy the Bard, who's fucking amazing. And let's just look real quick. And here we go, guys. Let's see if he stopped. And he's not caught up, and we can have more fun. See, he could have caught up greatly, and he didn't, and he doesn't know anything about us, because we're just letting things go with the flow, because that's what you do also. And you settle the stream and calm down and look and see that we have Skippy the Bard in chat, knowing that he's hanging out with the Champion, the Double Chomp, the Pac Maniac, the champion of the world of Pac-Man. Right now, in this specific format, when I say Pac-Man, I'm not the best. Disclaimer, I'm not the best in classic Pac-Man. I'm trying to be better, and I can't wait till I get an official machine, so I'm playing official hardware, but I am enjoying this arcade 1-up machine and this other arcade 1-up machine, and we're not sponsored by those, but I love to play Pac-Man with a joystick and competitively, so there you go. I can hit about 150,000 points. I'm that good, I guess, and I can hit like multiple key screens, and I am now at the point where I'm having to deal with learning the new pattern when the ghosts do not do anything when you hit the energizers. That's how far I can get, so you know, I can do pretty good on one coin drop, I can say. So I would love to say that I'm the best in the world at that, but I'm not. But I am the best world at Chomp Champs, and I am the MC for Chomp Champs, the show that's going on. And right now, again, we're not sponsored by Bandai Namco Entertainment, but we have openly applied to be. So they know that I have done that in the channels that they say for sponsorship, and I don't know what more they want than the guy that's trying to rep their brand, heal Pac-Man's image, let everybody know how awesome he is, and replace those lobbies of bots with real people that are passionate about, if anything else, hanging out with the Vid-Bits and hanging out with people like Skippy the Bard and Matthew. And those are the type of people that are not stressed about how good they are with Pac-Man, but because the servers are the way that they are and we don't have the money, I would just gift them the codes and they would be on this shit. And if they don't have the game consoles with the Vid-Bits Fun Club money, we will just get them consoles, because those people have been on this. Honestly, the people that have supported us since the very beginning, as far as this goes, that are on the community, that are virtually on the community and in the chats and stuff, and as far as the fact that Skippy the Bard is on the completely unnecessary level, and you know, we appreciate him for that. So I need to update the list too. Obviously the vids is on one of the probably the significant contribution one. I'm not sure. It grew since the last time I looked at it, but the vids has been around now through the journey of coming up as the Champion, the Pac Maniac. I can't wait again to get those physical belts, because it should be probably 3: one for the Eastern Division if we're doing divisions, one for the United States as a whole, and then one as the global champion. you know. So if I'm a belt collector, I got those. So, you know, don't make me get alt accounts and then jump into your divisions and rise up and compete against myself and Ultimo Dragon this bitch, be the ultimate Chomp champion and have like the belts of about 6 belts probably throughout the. I wouldn't take anything other than the United States Championship, but Kofi, don't make me go on an alt account and raise right up there and raise up in the ranks, and I'll stream it too. Damn it. We have, but again, yeah, Ford solo today, bud. Yeah, I had to go out and do some community outreach work. You know, try to get the brand out there and plant some seeds with some of the people that take care of me and feed me around locally. They're really good people, and you know, just inspire people to do stuff that has to do with whatever the hell they're interested in that's not working commerce and all that. It's really important to me. We are actively trying to push as far forward as we can to forward past our rival here. He thought he was going to be the first person to hit the 1300 metric, but he lost it, so very happy about that. That's going to be legendary for us. We're pushing towards that 100,000 rating, which I've called the key. I don't think I might retool what they call that before we get there, because I'm going to look, and there's a sequential point order that you get the prizes, and I don't know if I want to do that, because then the key is such a great metric in Pac-Man that I only say that it's the key because around 100k in the arcade machine is when you start seeing it appear. So I'm going to look at that, especially maybe some of the things that is set forth with like Championship Edition, and come up if I can look at the ratings and then get targets, so I can start to make something attractive for people to like look at as metrics that they want to try to hit themselves. Because there's some people down there that are putting in the time, like Mothership, AV, you know, they're putting in the time. And it's important that we want to create some hype for this, especially if we want to see off the ground as an esport, and I'm really trying to appeal to do that too. So I don't know what else they intended on Bandai's end about this, if they were not doing the stadium style selling of the commercials and the MC about it. He's taking the fruit, you know what I mean? Like it sells itself. So I think that they were wanting for somebody to get fervorous about it, and I don't know if the other people that were the champion, but hell yeah, if I'm the first person that's number one that's going to start the league and then be able to settle back into an MC role and a guest role and reap the fruits of the labors of getting Pac-Man's legs underneath him before he goes into some of the more noteworthy metrics where they say like 45 and 50. I'm spry as fuck. I don't want to compare myself to other people about this game, but if this is the competitive format for this specific game, I will always do my best to compete, and when I have the time, I will get better to get past some of the metrics that's prevented me from getting the tops of some of the other ones, but I'm pretty fucking good at the ones that I have time to do, and when I can do this professionally, I can be the Pac-Man player for America in a lot of metrics, or at least get the brand of Vid-Bits out there, which to me, the Vid-Bits are the most important thing. Everything else that goes on with this, I guess this is like my way to add to it, so we get more eyes on what me and Braden do as a whole, and trying to change the culture and do it for the gamers. So it's very thankful that we're able to do this. If you didn't hear us, we announced that we are putting our 2 weeks in at the schmo job. We keep talking about the shoot job. They keep saying when you do things that you're passionate about in all of your free time and keep motivating yourself as your job that you don't get paid for, even at this point, you know, it's wiping us out financially, the little bit that we make. The job that you make and you have to do is the thing that, you know, is that you don't want to do. They change places, and we've been at the almost moving up to the balance line. And now that we're at the balance line, because all of the things have hit, it only makes sense for me to tilt full into making all the content we do here. So it's not just because I'm quitting to be a full-time Chomp champion. That'll be half of my programming day individually, but also to be into the Vid-Bits stuff. I'm just trying to get the sponsorship to get the streaming stuff going on, and then we can see that we have growth every day. So as far as like why we've done this for 2 years, if somebody said, why do you have a reason to do it full-time? I do. I'm using a publicly traded IP to get my brand recognized, and we're getting recognized for all the right reasons, and we're accepting that we're not getting paid for anything other than monetization right now, to promote something out of love, give him looking like him in a skin game about him, but with some synchronicity to that we started an event, you know, a week behind everybody, and then gave a great story. It's got a great fucking story behind it. It was all done more organically, and so if people want to think I'm overproducing this, we won't overproduce here at the Vid-Bits. That's not what we do. So if anybody behind us is a brand or looking at us like, this is why, you know, again, I was just saying earlier, I'll sell all of this trinket shit that I think that I need to be a gamer. That's another part of gaming culture, guys. Stop spending all your fucking money on trinkets. Okay, I do love physical media and I love physical gaming. It's a tremendous part of what I want to do. It's the artifacts part of it. The fact that, like, you know, they were a big part of it. It's big, but nobody in consumerism really gives a shit that you're spending all your money on these artifacts and shit, these member berries. You can live vicariously through me fucking playing the game. I only have it because I feel better when I'm playing them on regular hardware, so we're not going through any of that stuff. But if you're spending as a creator more money trying to get that attractive fucking backdrop for your projects and shit, then you're in it for the wrong reasons. If you're touting how much shit you have and how cute it looks, then you're in it for the wrong reasons. If you're bitching then you cannot take the L because you can't be demonetized for the project or not make as much as on the project because you're fucking making, and you have a flex wall with fucking complete in box shit that's got $10,000 worth of value. What are you saving it for? The value of that shit's eventually going to bottom out. Are you collecting games because you want to play them, or are you collecting because of their investment? Now you're part of the problem. I can talk a symposium about this shit. I continue to go on and evolve why I am using Pac-Man to riddle my fucking life out, and I'm telling you, the amount of things that we need to talk about as a gaming culture to heal it, to make the projection of it differently, that's another reason why I can quit my job, Maximum Right Now, Pow Boom. I'm not going to not show up. I'm also going to possibly lose the world championship, and everybody will see how hard I've tried to show the universe that I want to keep it for America and everything else before Memorial Day, but I'm going to actually risk that and work this last 9-hour shift while I try to get the other ones covered, but put 2 weeks in so I can just continue to have this platform across now Sony and now Sony PlayStation. We have it across Steam. This game is across Nintendo Switch. It's also across Xbox. And when you see the Vid-Bits on the top of any competitive leaderboard for Pac-Man, Mega Tunnel Battle, Chomp Champs by Bandai Namco Entertainment, you see the Vid-Bits. So we're trying to represent the brand hard and love the brand and show everybody where they need to be with it. But we're all frail vessels and human. I'm manic sometimes because I'm a pack maniac, and who knows how you're supposed to feel when you're about to cross that line and go from you're living your dreams to actually, no, I'm living my dream. I'm living my dream, guys, so why wouldn't I quit my fucking schmo job? Why wouldn't I? If you're living your dream, and as the thing that was on the side thing, and now you're living it. Like I was living my dream as the Vid-Bits and not getting paid for it for 2 years, and then it snapped into I'm living my dream as the Pac-Man champion of the world. So yes, I'm never gonna fuck the Vid-Bits over. So that's just why I need another streaming setup. That's why I can still be doing the MC shit. And I didn't know that I was gonna have a part of trying to grow the awareness of esports in a different way of the culture. So it's fucking amazing, guys. You guys are gonna hear about it eventually. I'm so fucking passionate about it. I can't calm down. So that's why I gotta settle the stream after this one, and I have to take a breath and turn on some tasty jams until I can get the rights from certain people to play them for you guys too, so you get exposure to their brands and stuff, because some of these people are fucking the only reason why I'm here. So I'm gonna go on and turn on something and calm the fuck down and realize that we are cooking with fire, people. Lightning in a bottle, as Thor said, and let's fucking go, as Charlie says, because this is just amazing, guys. It's amazing what you can do when you activate and you really believe in yourself, and to the level where you stop fucking saying it like it's a goddamn gimmick. This is not a gimmick. This is my fucking image and I live it. And if you love it, then like, share, and subscribe. And if not, fucking just go the fuck away, because God, we need some of these 2,600 people to really be fans, and 2,600 people and really be fans, and not be just, you know, not get buried about underneath the 16 people or so that are really supporting us, because that's our next big metric, is when we do blow up, making sure that those 16 people get fucking their lives changed in every way we can with the money first. But as long as we're taking care of financially, as far as to eat and build the lab and everything, then we're fine to fucking put it into the people that really, those people in this, the core people in our community that have gotten us here too, because that's what really true philanthropy is about. And I really want to do that on the low key as much, because I'm not trying to get us more viral about that shit. That's like not a discredit to Mr. Beast, not at all. Or anything that you would think if you instantly went there, because that's what I would think if I was trying to like think about it objectively. It's just like sometimes, you know, I know Jimmy does stuff that nobody fucking knows under the table. That's what we really want to do for the people that have taken care of us first, so that there's no ill willings when there's a reset of the structure of the fun club because we've blown up or whatever. I really think that that's something that me and Brain will talk about in a business meeting, so full transparency about that. We appreciate you guys, and we have Puzzle Studio. Hi, not just an F-bomb, but an F-carpet bomb. Yeah, Puzzler Studios shows us this amazing animation. So let me show you this. This animation is something that he was able to commission for us, and he is going through everything that you would go through, which would be like lightning in a bottle, where you are finishing school and you are, you're getting out into the field of something that you like, and then you got guys like the Vid-Bits that are going to show you, show you off and show up, because you deserve to see something like this. Let's see if it comes up. I thought I put it up. Let's see. How far behind on the stream am I? Hold on one second. Oh god, what's going on here? I'm not seeing it live on stream. I was trying to show. There it is. There it is. Okay. Yeah, he made this amazing get right back animation for us, and it makes me feel so good to see it, especially with there's times that I want to not just marinate on the scoreboard and stuff and prevent boring from your screen and stuff, but yeah. Puzzler Studio, I mean, look out for them in the future. I don't want you to overload him with projects and everything. He'll take on stuff that he wants to when he wants to and stuff, but definitely give him props, big ups to that. As far as like, what do you say, when do you want to do this call about this week about the project? I got to talk to Bray. It'll synergize with the business meeting, so maybe we'll get you in a conference call like when we schedule the business meeting, because for time wise, it's going to have to be somewhere there, because really unless we cross-pollinate with our content blocks, we're sleeping. So or I'm biking around town, because it's awesome. I highly suggest cycling. But yeah, I just want you guys to see that. It's important for me to give him as much props as possible, because he did it for pretty much, he's taking next to nothing for us. But I'm not saying that his time is not going to be worth it. For you, the barterment is we're showing it, but we also want to show it to let you see it, because he's really worked hard on stuff, and he's going to be, go somewhere great in the future. That's an example of like what we're trying to do with showing up and showing out for people that are helping us and stuff. And he just came out of nowhere to hang out, and quickly has become an integral part of the community, as well as obviously a member of the buy us a bit of caffeine tier of the membership club. So again, thank you, Museus Dominium, and of Puzzler Studio, the puzzler of Puzzler Studio. So thank you so much. All right, we'll get with Bray and figure it out. We need to hammer out stuff, and I don't want to do too much inside baseball with that, but we need to hammer out some certain stuff, and I'll have a sub list of things that we just need to discuss with you separately too, about stuff, especially for Chomp Champs, because obviously this is taken off and it's going to be like its own thing, and I'm going to need to figure out how I can figure you into that, doing that, if that's what you want to do, because I want graphics for this, I want graphics for a lot of stuff. I got to get into that, and I don't want to say that I already have a lot of projects that we need for, and we have little to no funding other than promoting them and using them in the ways that we're going to ask you to do them. But obviously when we get the bag, you're going to get cut in before, that's part of the fun club, is the funding the people that are helping it happen. Like, that's expenses, what I mean? Like, so it's, like I said, 80-20 split. After expenses is when we get to do projects like giveaways and stuff like that. But when the budget is to pay people too, so to pay you and stuff adequately what you're worth for what you're doing. And a thing is, people will quantify and be like, well, he's this or this or that. We don't want any fucking negativity. Nobody's ever the best right now, and the only reason why I am the best is because we haven't got the pack fever around enough where all these bots are replaced with real people, so the real craziness can begin. We're cooking, baby. We're cooking it up, getting the excitement together. Look at the party. Pac-Man's like, yeah, and I get him to be Pac-Man. So when I get the belts, I think I've quantified it as 3 titles. We're gonna go ahead and get crowned the Pac-Maniac, or have the Pac-Man Championship, the Chomp Championship, and we're ruling the world as the Vid-Bits. These guys already believed in it, when again some of the people in my community that I thought believed in it really didn't. It seems like the strangers around the world and the local people that have dealt with me with commerce, and they know that I've always been respectful and loving and caring, have been all the people that have given me the most love and know the most about me being the Pac-Man champion of the entire world. So I've now dialed in being humble, but I only don't online because I want you guys to know how it happened out of nowhere, but I kind of called my shot. But you can fucking do it too about anything that you're doing, as long as you're doing a little bit more of it every day. And you can see, watch the road to #1. I built on it. I created little increments of time. I compartmentalized it. I told you how I was going to do it. Like, I just didn't have this all mapped out. I did a first impressions of this game, and I didn't know how I was going to do it. I activated what we live by, this culture in our home, and one of the core values of this company is maximum right now, pow, boom, activation. You have to believe in yourself. You have to do it right away. You have to do it right now. You have to fucking just put the most into it, and you fucking will be like, boom, there it is. We used to say, whoop, you know? You guys are fucking doing it every day. You're watering seeds. You're coming back and checking on me, my mental health, my stability. Again, in a city where I'm very much lucky to be close to be by a hospital, that I can be able to be taken care of if something crazy happened. But like, the biggest stunt of my life is just done now to get on this platform. So I'm living my dreams, guys. I survived walking through fire, and now I get to fucking like be like, high fives, guys. Let's make sure Pac-Man is still relevant on his 44th birthday. And you know, I only got a year behind him, so we like to make sure people have a certain perception about where we are in the mid-range life of our life, which they call the midlife crisis, which I can't wait to talk about all the other things about that, and we'll do that in a different format, not in a trauma dump way, because I haven't done any of that to you guys. The only trauma dump I've done is I want more money to be able to create, but I don't want it to come from my members. I want it to come from sponsors. That's the only trauma dump I've done. And I guess I manically found a way that I didn't know how to rope into the sponsor me thing, but I guess if I was a starving skater back in the day and I wanted to get it tied into like World Industries, or if I wanted to get like Tony Hawk's attention, I probably would do anything I could with my tricks to make sure he saw I was awesome. So hopefully the world gaming stage sees how awesome I am, which, God, I'm selling myself up, right? But my fucking son is amazing. He does everything I can do and some of the things I can do, and humbly, the whole thing will be one day me versus him and things that I'm good at that he actually wants to put the time in. But we both respectfully leave that alone, because we both vicariously can have that because of that competitive edge. So, and if we're both world-class gamers, then you get that whole Dave versus Dan Olympics thing going on. So wait until we get like the video game Olympics back and shit, and baby, it's gonna be great. Get everybody around the world actually competing in the metrics of each of their specific class and stuff. I can see a future where Thorstead just keeps spreading out. So now we've got this esports league with people that feels like they can compete in leaderboards with speedruns and shit. Now we got this video game Olympics thing that's gonna happen where all those different metrics of all the different genres come together and people compete for the gold and all these things. It's all coming, guys, and it's part of the Vid-Bits. And are you pumped? Are you pumped, guys? I'm sure some philanthropist is like, I'm bored of people trying to convince me that I need to put their money into something passionate, like that basketball movie. Like, the guy that looks like Doug Dimsdome, he comes up and he's like, you know, he's like ready, and it happens to be the guy that does the voice for freaking Mermaid Man, you know, and he comes up and he's just talking about like, you know, people's attention spans, you know, measuring this in nanoseconds, and like, you know, dude's looking up at the tree at the hummingbird. Well, like, the whole thing is, if your attention span is not measured by nanoseconds, please like, share, and subscribe to the manic Pac-maniac that I am. That I'm using my infectious Pac-mania to parlay it, and it's changing the gaming culture. Self-activation, making you love yourself, hydrate, and you know, my son is just the same. So you don't have to worry about it just being me. You can see it a different view from him because he's 25 years younger than me, so it's pretty fucking sweet. And I hope that you enjoyed that too. We come into this program, the Vid-Bits, together separately, but together and infectiously. When we do together, it's some crazy shit. Like we are doing the Minecraft realm, and that's not on your problem, that's on our off time. So we're not a Minecraft channel. We only got like 3 videos out of, I guess I'll do the statistics so people are like, Minecraft channel. I'm like, well, we have 3 out of 860 videos that are dedicated to Minecraft. So statistically, I can do the math, but I don't give a fuck. You can see that we're not a Minecraft channel. We also do Call of Duty Zombies. We'll go into a refresher when we finally get the streaming, the dual streaming, where in the camera and all that shit, we can see what we look like when we're both streaming at the same time, so you can see my reactions when we get to finally get through Easter eggs together. You know, database computers, so we can do the streaming and keep it cataloged and shit like that. And also, we're working on a Castle Crashers duo speed run because we're pretty decent together at the game, and we realized that recently with our Game of Day May feature of the game, and would love to be in a situation where we could just keep honing in on and setting the father-son category of doing that together. If we can't do it anything else, we'll do it in a subcategory of father-sons, and we'll get you guys together and we'll do tournaments and stuff about that to see how fast you can do it, because it will fall in the category that the Vid-Bits classify as excellent, which is 3 to 5 hours of a stream. You can beat that game in 3 to 5 hours, so you could just reasonably, train for it as a father and son, and then we'll get together and we'll all start streaming it live at the same time, and we'll see who hits the finish line, and it'll be amazing. Esports here for the Vid-Bits is different, but we do want to synergize with people that are also trying to reinvent their brand or got dicked over by United States immigration, so fuck that, because I don't get why that happened. I'm not political, but I just don't understand. Some things, it's like when I was growing up, and there's some things you don't understand. That's one of the things I just don't understand. So besides that, Puzzlers got to go. He said have a good stream. That's awesome. I appreciate you, and we're gonna get together this week, Puzzlers, so we can figure out some graphics to make Chomp Champ its own individual cool thing that I can pull up those things, and I can learn how to do more tech stuff. But God, if I don't have time, because this guy is only a couple hours behind me, and we're trying to keep all of the titles. Let's check it out. Let's check it out and see if he has gained any ground before I wanted to have that legendary speech. Yes, I wanted to have that legendary speech before the 1300th unearthed win, and I think that I gave him a little bit of ground, guys. Let's see. Globally, yep, we're only a little bit behind. Let's quantify it, because I'm even going to give him the time of that, so you guys know how long we're ahead of him. Gotta make this interesting, guys. I'm the PT Barnum of esports. I'm not that one guy. I'm the PT Barnum, and I don't know if PT Barnum did some crazy shit. He probably did, but if you're talking about trying to make it an attraction, I'll find a more attractive thing to say besides a couple people. I'll find the most socially acceptable example about that, because we're not scummy in any way, and we're not saying other people are. You can judge for yourself. But we're only 1,089 ahead, and divided by that, it is only about 14 and a half matches ahead, but that's plenty. You know what I mean? That's plenty. Just wanted to make sure that you guys knew the next thing of what's going on, and I appreciate you very much. All right. If you saw this, the programming block on the Vid-Bits socials or the YouTube or whatever, just know the community post. I apologize that I said there was an episode of Dave coming sandwiched in between this, but what we'll do is we'll just do this as a legendary stream to push as long as we possibly can, and then if I do any more, it'll be a pack snack if I have to, based on if he min-maxes against me. And then I will do a sleeplessness if I have to wind down. Sleeplessness now is going to be me being able to play until I pass out, so I can just pass out and just be able to, get a good sleep before the next day of programming. And Bray was gone today. Big things popping, little things stopping out there. So, taking care of community outreach and doing some stuff that it's important for you to take the time to do your social contracts too, which is great when you have a partner like this that, I can do a great shift. You do a shift at work, 8 hours. I can do an 8-hour shift by myself, tag him in. Some of it can overlap if it has to, some not. If he does another 8-hour shift, then I'm resting up, and then at the end of his, we can do something together if he wants to. There's so many options here. That's another reason why it's working for us. So I hope anybody that's looking at this that needs that needs any type of leadership as to what works. Again, it's taken 2 years and wiping out every day and having the best support system and realizing you're going to wipe them out if you don't approach them correctly. So I hope that you know that that's really important to trusting the process, is finding your balance there. And then meditation, when I can find a way to do it. I think hot baths would help me. I'd love to be in a pool. I haven't been in a pool. I mean, my creative juices would be so much more amazing if I hadn't been in a pool one time in 7 years. It was very not good because I opened my eyes in the water and it was not pleasant because I have a sty issue apparently that I haven't medically looked at. But I digress. But yeah, so okay, let's refresh this one more time, because I've been Gavin. I just want to know myself if you get another, because he could have got another one. Sometimes you're in the cusp of a match and you could have got another one. So it's pretty close here. 4276 minus 3187, so 1089 again. 1089 divided by 75, which is a win. 14.5, so that's about almost a pack snack, so about an hour and 10 minutes behind. So yeah, we can we were not being cocky, because sometimes we have to say what we have to say. Again, it's the equivocal exchange and why we're at where we're at. And when you trust the process, you just fucking keep going, guys. You just keep on going. So anytime that somebody doubts you enough and they keep saying, you know, don't, then you finally get validation from somebody that just knows what it's like to just not know if they feel like they should stay in their own lane or stay with the herd. We're just trying to be the responsible shepherd of some of the YouTube creation prospects, because you guys are not activating and have the ability to be so much more than you are, because you don't believe in yourself, and somebody's not saying it because they're not giving enough out of it. They're not saying it. They're not either they're not hearing the words the right way to say it to you, or they are unfortunately not getting enough out of activating you, so they keep you down. That's why unfortunately people don't, what do they say, bring people up. Well, why not? Because, oh, you're gonna take a slice of my pie. Well, let's just change the pie, and then we'll all generate more from it because it's more delicious, and then you can fucking shut up and try to catch up with everybody else because you're behind. How about that? Let's look at it like that. Alright, guys. Enough of that. I'm going to move in silence. I'm going to put my jam on. I'm going to take number 1300 for a special artist that I'm going to reach out to eventually, and, you know, dedicating to 100K is going to be, I'm going to have to reconfigure that before we go further in this, so I can dictate what the new scale is of what we're going to call each of the prizes, because it's not going to be the key anymore. I'm dictating that before the 1300 win, so I can know that, I can annotate that. I'm going to dictate that the 100,000 prize is something else, and the key is going to be a much more delicious prize, more likely probably 250,000 rating. I know, I'm a pack maniac. I love you guys. I'll be back. Watch me attack as the pack. The pack is back. The double champ, the double chomp, the champion, the North American and United States Eastern Division and Global Division, the complete undisputed champion of Pac-Man, Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs. So, man, I'm so hyped that I get to be this guy. Love you guys. Give me a moment, please. couple other people. You know, when people are like, oh, I can't say that. I'm like, guys, we're back, but I'm having a private conversation. I'm gonna keep going. But you know what? Like I said, big things popping, little things stopping, guys. But we'll be back on Chomp Champs. Just watch the gameplay. He's moving, guys. The pig's moving now. We don't have that long. We only have about, I think we're about an hour ahead of him, guys. So hold on. All right, you know that the champ has the chomp champ has always has time for personal phone calls, and sometimes it's motivating someone. And this specific person is one of the most influential people in my life when I was growing up. So I just appreciate them, and you know, one of the many connections I just feel like it needed to reestablish, and I'm glad that I had the clarity to do so. So that's the lesson. Make sure that you don't hesitate to maximum right now, pow boom, pick up the phone and call somebody or text somebody that you need to talk to, because you want to make sure you can settle the stream, settle the consciousness, settle the stream of consciousness between the two of them, so you don't continue to play mental chess about where you are in their lives. You can instantly figure it out, and it's really pivotal to getting that everything coming together thing going on. So if you're feeling like you're stuck, it's because some of those connections are not being made, and only the universe will unlock the mysteries and the synchronicities that you're looking for to be happy if you balance out all those contracts. So please renegotiate them, and think, even if you're mad at somebody today, that's not really worth it, and understand that at the end of the day, it's how you feel about it. So if you don't, if you want to play mental chess, you're just fucking yourself until you figure out how they feel. Like, fuck around and find out. Well, if you played that you thought you were a horrible person, or they wouldn't date you or whatever your whole life, then you never grab your balls and jump, then you're never going to be able to fucking do anything. So I decided, even though these guys that paid extra money had an 8-day head start against me, that I was going to become the world Pac-Man champion, and the people that paid to play this game because it wasn't a freemium really wanted it to be on top of the leaderboard that we're up there, and I am now trying to run away with it for not just America, but just because I'm locally there, but anybody that's trying, like, let's just say I'm running it away for inspiration. I'm running away for it for the gamers. This little trophy is for the gamers, for inspiration, for creatism, for YouTube, for people to make money, for people to fucking live their dreams, for people to think that they can't, for people to realize that Pac-Man can also be an allegory for that, and also herald this amazing character. That's the first reason that we were ever trying to make commercial things about video games, with the character art and all that stuff, and the made sure that you're like, oh, when I look at that, I know that's Pac-Man. And the fact that we're in 2024 and I can come across somebody that doesn't know who he is not the same world that I lived in, but we live in a world where everybody knows video games, so why don't they know the guy? Because there's not somebody also, unfortunately, at the time that's now, if there's a stigma around the character because of accomplishments and said people that are around those accomplishments, we're trying to also, the Vid-Bits, scrub that clean, etch a sketch, shake that away, and use our higher art minds to be the people that are cultivating the seeds that we're planting as we're farming and grinding away to continue to be your Chomp champ and the leader of this game. So hopefully you guys enjoyed. This is Pac-Man Megatonal Battle Chomp Champs from Bandai Namco Entertainment, and we really enjoyed this game, being the leader and herald of this game, and the only one skilled as Pac-Man in a game where everybody's trying to be Pac-tenders in a world and take the Pac throne of Pac-land. So hey, it's me, Brian, from the Vid-Bits, and we're hanging out, and I really love you guys and the support that you're showing. I'm going to go back to chat in just a moment. I don't think there is anybody that's updated it, which is great, because then I can just focus on the grind, and I will get to my music in the background so I don't get licensing issues until I talk to those people about said partnerships, if it's an applicable thing. So, love you guys, and let's keep going ahead and pushing forward for not only America, but for, everybody that wants to live their dream out as a gamer, like me. Alright, I'm just kind of settling down a little bit and seeing what's going on with everybody, but I appreciate you guys. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day and you're thinking about what you're going to do tomorrow. Make sure before you go to bed, know we're going to be doing the late night shift because we have to get some plenty of room and increase the lead more than we have right now against our rival. Know that we really want you guys to focus on not going to bed really frustrated about anything. Heal yourself. Your body is taking care of you, and it's got all of these responsibilities to react to how you put it in all these precarious positions, what you put in your body, to how you run around the day and all that. So when you're going to go to bed and you're about to just unwind for the whole day, just know that that's when you should tell yourself that you love yourself and you appreciate that you got through the day. Kind of shake off any of the stress for that day, and then just take a big deep breath and a sigh of relief that you got through another one, and think about the great amazing things that you're going to work towards the next day. So you're kind of like planting seeds and watering them about instead of thinking in dread form, like what can I not avoid tomorrow, think about what can I do tomorrow combatively, but not manifest it happening. Don't be one of those situations like Bray used to give me that shit all the time, where like I would finally give myself the prize, and then I get the prize and I'd be like, ooh, this is awesome, and then like I'd find some way to not enjoy it because I just didn't deserve to treat myself, because as the type of empath I am, I really, I've always had more appreciation for the people that could spend more time thinking of others instead of themselves. But then of course we're all frail vessels, so we actuate that differently. So it's just really important to know that before you go to bed, if you don't do that, you're already setting yourself up for failure the next day. We call that getting up on the wrong side of the bed. That's what it is. You're already ready for it. You're already ready for that shitty day. Like, I have to work with that person. I have to do that thing. That's what it is. So instead of going into it with that mentality, just realize that you can reevaluate those contracts with yourself and then rewire your programming. And once you get it all right, once you get it all dialed in, it's just that 777 on the slot machine, and it's just like when, you know, Franklin had the key and the lightning hit the kite. It's that whole fucking thing, man. And it's just beautiful to have gotten it. I'm glad to have this platform to expose those type of things to you, and really, hopefully understandable ways, from the most complex to the simplest based on what level you'll perceive them on. And I'm sorry, but I am authentically and unapologetically me, and that's why also the Chomp Champ stuff eventually will be integrated solely onto the Pops Play, the Chomp Champ stuff will be on the Pops Play channel. But, you know, that's only to make sure that when it gets to the level that gets at, it doesn't affect the creativity of the channel itself, because the Vid-Bits is very important to me. That's the only reason why this was the launching pad for that. I wouldn't have just like all of a sudden decided to start streaming Pac-Man and become the #1 in the world. That really just happened organically because the people that we've created here in our community as the Vid-Bits, between Braden being 18 and me being in my early 40s, and the generational gap between the two of us, is just a dynamic that I can't quantify how I feel when I got to do it without anybody seeing it, as a father to a son, let alone being able to display that and empathetically just have that joy being expressed across to you. And we don't overproduce it, we really don't. So the fact that we were like, well, if we can do it, we're gonna get so stressed that we can't do all the crazy things everybody else does, but then we're finding that the metric of that kind of content really was coming to an end, and this type of guerrilla style, just throw it up to fucking get it, like me and my buddies used to do with backyard wrestling and hard cams and shit, mentality was just kind of getting fervorously discovered. So I'm using this platform and this voice as being your reigning, defending, undisputed Chomp Champion of the world, the Mega Chomp, the Pac-Maniac, because I have the North American Championship, I have the Northeastern Championship, I have the Global Championship, I have all the belts that I can possibly have without going over to the Western Division and just taking that. But I mean, subsequently, if he was the one that was #1 in the world when, or in my division when I took it, I don't know, I'll have to figure out those metrics. But we're going to get to all that, and we're just actively letting the, you know, when we hang out and just chill a little bit, we're letting MintDaddyPig get a little bit closer, but he is about an hour to 2 hours behind us, guys. It's not that much, considering the fact that if I stop playing at any given time for too long of a length, he'll catch up, and then that will not allow me in America, and let alone you know, as the global champion, I won't be able to have all of the titles before, you know, Memorial Day, which is a pretty cool metric for like video game historians that try to attach, you know, Memorial Day and July and, you know, 4th of July and all that stuff to video game Pac-Man. I'll be able to put my own stamp on Pac-Man around that time, right after we gave it to him after his 44th birthday, skinned just like him instead of all the crazy combinations everybody else does in a game where you're encouraged to do it. So just giving him his shine for himself as his birthday present, the Throne of the World we call it, which is basically the Global Championship, the North American Championship, in our case also the Eastern Division, and then, you know, all of them together we call them the Double Chomp, because it's everything. We have all of it. We're in a Pac-Mania mode, we're the Pac-Maniac, and it's the Pac-Mania Championship, because we have it all. We are the Chomp Champ. So I hope that you're enjoying this journey, and you can continue to follow me as I stream this 2 times a day at least, and then in Mega Legacy, Epic Rarity, and Mythic Rarity sometimes if I have to, because I did to get it, but we don't have to do that. We will not have to do that when we get at least 60 or so hours ahead of the leader, because at this point, if I do that, and then I put myself in a regular programming block to play this game as masterful as I can, we can just bullshit, shoot the shit, and I can just have a block where I can do this 2 times a day for you guys in like a sports center type way, and I can also put that in like its own, you know, kids in the hall style thing. There's so many more metrics it is while we continue to just keep America on top of us on top of America, us on top of the globe as you know, Pac-Man, but also as the Vid-Bits, and people that are believing in the culture of changing the way gaming is perceived, gamer, you know, all of the gamer terminology, just making sure we evaluate what that means versus what we thought it means, trying to change the culture of what you look like when you're perceiving yourself in the industry, and then knowing what we want versus what we say we want, making sure we do responsible purchases with our money and stuff, and let the consumer or let the industry know with our dollar what we want, and then stuff like reevaluating what responsible profit is and structure tiers about how, you know, that, and then also showing people that they too can do things, they can self-actuate, and it's not that hard once you find the secret sauce or the lightning in the bottle or the, you know, whatever your specific flavor is, and healing all the trauma that prevents you from doing that, and removing all the doubt, finding ways to stay in your own lane. We're about all of those things, and we're all going to see how productive we can be. Yeah, maximum right now. Pow. Boom. I will be right back. Alright, we're back, guys. Now we're going to do some straight grinding up. What we got? 425 on this stream. Alright, doing the math. Alright. Probably end this stream at Epic, and then we will move on and do it in another chunk and see how far it goes. I really wanted to do some Dave, but this guy's putting the pressure on me, so we got to take it out. That's the kind of mini pressure you got, guys, because we're not going to, you know, forgo our programming block too much, but Dave is one of my casual games. It's my comfort game, so it gets moved around. My Bits game is usually on arcade leaderboard stuff right now, and I'm actually doing that with Pac-Man, which is my conquest. I never thought I thought it was just gonna like work on it casually to get to number 1, and then it just happened so organically because of how much time I competitively put in this against myself. So, you know, I just think that when they find ways to monetize games like this, not monetize them, but, you know, mobilize them into battle royales. Their lightning in the bottle was that finally working, and I think there's just too many people that are frustrated that, you know, 99 just is unfortunately sunsetted away. But I can talk about how I'm upset that Mario 35 is sunsetted away, and if it had the appeal to me like this, and I really would have put the time in it, had the leaderboard structure like this, you would also see me in the top of the world in that too. So I digress. We're gonna go in here. Sorry, I had to, you know, and I'm saying we're also different here. So if you see where the schedule is a little bit off and stuff, it's really just depending on how life ebbs and flows. Again, it's only like that now because we're in the beginning. When you guys give us a little bit of chance to grow, especially in your hearts, and you start to, you know, realize what we're all about here, we're going to be able to find ourselves where we can stream together simultaneously. We've got a lot of demand, especially to redo the zombies content, or we're having the whole thing where the camera's in there, and we don't have the potential. We have the potential, we don't have the time. We're wasting time now talking to you guys about our mission while I selflessly let the pig catch up. And let's just refresh our leaderboards here. And we got, yep, it's about 1,000. 1,000 is about an hour or so behind that. So, you know, we got about an hour lead ahead of them, trying to keep all of the titles, the U.S. Eastern Championship, the U.S. Championship in general, and then we also have the Global Championship. We are the Triple Chomp. I kept saying the Double Chomp, but I now know it's the Triple Chomp. We are the Triple Chomp. We are the Champion. We are the Pac-Maniac Champion. So, you know, that's when you have all the belts that you can have, and we can have them in the U.S. Eastern Division. And then because we are the head of the U.S., then we are the U.S. Champion. And then we are, of course, the Global Champion, because nobody in any other country is better than us at Pac-Man. Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champ by our good friends, published by our good friends at, well, just so you know, we're publicly appealing for sponsorship and have applied for sponsorship, and it's done by our good friends at Bandai Namco Entertainment Incorporated. So thank you very much if you're checking out with Chomp Champs, and we are going to go into some games. That's about as far of a lead as I'm going to give him, and we will then, you know, just get some good wins. When we start to get more people in chat and stuff, it'd be great to not have to keep selling what I'm showing you, which is that you should be playing this game for a couple of reasons. One, you have probably misconceived notions about what this is based on what it is not. It is not Pac-Man 99, RIP, whoever was into that. I just, as much of a Pac-Man as I am, it just wasn't my cup of tea. I really wanted to, I don't know, I guess this is what I wanted, and here we have it. And people are more thinking about what it isn't versus what it is. And what it is more exposed with being multi-platform, and you have the ability to network with your friends and create little individual caricatures with all these cool things in the costume now that we finally have unlocked, but we don't wear in there because we're just Pac-Man, because that's our gimmick, that's our thing. But you can pick all this cool stuff, make yourself uniquely your own, and go in the mazes and have some fun. And what I'm doing is like also socializing you and spending time helping you learn that you can self-actuate and give me tips about video games in general. You know, I'm currently in the point of rebranding myself. I'm vetting some names. I'm gonna have to look them up. I don't want to throw them out there, but you know, Pops Plays is the channel. I used to go by Lone Shadow Wolf, so if you see me in the competitive field and I've ever beat your butt in some arcade games, and you know, hopping around in some of the top 10s of some of these games by Hamster Arcade Archives as Lone Shadow Wolf, that's who I am too. I just have never really exposed myself nationally about that, so I pissed a lot of people off by some of my point pressing techniques, and also just because when there was games that everybody was untethered and there was no checks on turbo controllers, I was using them because nobody was fucking checking it, so they were skewed. So I figured I might as well skew the fuck out of them. So when you find it, I didn't even know what they called min-maxing, but when you find like the best place to point press, and you also use a turbo controller when there's an infinitely spawning area, and then you find the best way to do that loop safely. It was like, okay, max this game out, and I would just be the first person on the leaderboard. That's what people try to do, because then your name is cemented up there. So our name is right now cemented at the top of this game, and if you want to quantify why that means anything, that's fine, but I know that's enough where I'm quitting my side job, because they've made sure to let me know it is a side job. Well, I don't even have time for that right now, because we are only an hour ahead of anybody else in any other country that's trying to be the best in the world at this game, and we have not only our division locked down as the United States champion, but also the champion of the entire globe, as far as the leaderboard is concerned. So the gravity of that is the people that started that leaderboard started a week before everybody else, because they paid for early access so they could access the game and start playing and climbing up there. And I'm sure it was pretty intense when there was a bunch of people that were in there in the servers possibly, but unfortunately, because it doesn't have the fervor belief, people don't, because of the toxicity of the 99 thing, that they don't support it as much in the beginning in its infancy, and then I'm having to worry about doing a homegrown campaign to make sure that Pac-Man is not giving slandered or being shit on in any way around his 44th birthday. So like the narrative was a great story for me. It's a personal allegory for me as a gamer and as a person that was born in the 80s and raised with Pac-Man and stuff, only 1 year younger than him. So it's really hard for me to see his image being tainted in the public, where it's a game that if you don't like the bot situation, then even because you're shitting on it, and get Pac-Mania today, go into the store. You don't have to buy anything in the DLC pack. You do have to pay to get in, because we do want you guys to not be super casual to the point where it's like, this is a freemium that you get toxic or whatever. We call out Smurfers here and all that other stuff about the game. We really like to go into the culture of the competitiveness of leaderboards and speedrunning, because this is both of them. I'm doing this, I guess the reason why I love this is I've speedrun the game. I started it and I had to let life go. Like if I lived in a gamer complex, then I would be so much far ahead, so maybe this wouldn't be so interesting. If I would have bought this game in early access, I really didn't need to do that. If I bought this game in early access and got in with a normal pack, then maybe I would already have been to the top, and I probably will have been, because I could see how hungry they are versus me. Again, while I'm regular Pac-Man and I stand out from the pack, I've never been a sheep. I just always do my own thing, and I'm the regular Pac-Man, so it's just one of those situations where all of it's coming together, because I can use this platform to inspire you to self-actuate and live your dreams, and mine was to be recognized as a world-class gamer. And because of this, now when I start to catalog what I else can do on YouTube, I can finally at least get some adoration within the communities that care about that, knowing that also their whole point is expose them and give them the love back. And we're trying to get a bunch of networking going on, where we're raising ourselves up to Olympic level athletes of all kinds of calibers for every genre, so that we can find ways to tournamentize, to get into tournaments, those type of genres every year, but all together where we can play nice and everybody can hang out together. And it's only going to be if we start dreaming big, and in this case it's a separate shill to say. This episode of Chomp Champs brought to you by our sponsor, Water. And they are awesome, and usually it's around, and when it's not, you should find it. Any water, and I hope that you're going to enjoy it. I'm going to have some right now. Appreciate that. It's pretty tasty. It's important that you know what we're going for here as a brand, but that's not a gimmick. It's our image, and we live it, and we're really thankful that you are trying to live our truth by being true to yourself as a gamer, by trying to be the best you can be, and spread good imagery about gaming culture, and not make it so it's just about imagery. It's more about what it represents and whatever medium that you're trying to do. So you can also do all kinds of great things and also be a gamer. It does cross-pollinate very well with consumer culture and all that good jazz and all the different things that you like. You can like whatever you want. It's fine. don't like me being double chomp champ, then replace faster spring there. You know, all you have to do is get Pac fever and become a Pac maniac and go get this game and get really good and climb up into the chomp champ division, and then there's a chance instead of you being faster for spring being there, it could be you, whoever you are. It's not because you're not motivated enough to get it, and that's the thing. You don't have to be motivated enough to play Pac-Man, but you do have to be motivated to be the best artist you can be, to be the best agriculturalist you can be, the best banker, the best lawyer, the best doctor, the best whatever. You could be whittling kazoos by hand. I don't give a shit. You should be the best of it right now by maximize right now, pow, boom, activating yourself and realizing that you should be working on it instead of thinking, I would if this, I would if that. We're using the best we fucking can. We are min-maxing life here to fucking be able to do the Vid-Bits in general, let alone me be motivated through all the shit that life throws you, all the crushing shit that we deal with. And I'm so empathetic. But until you get to the point where you can rein it in and find your fucking shit and stay in your lane, and luckily on my off time I did live my passion. We were just creating and our empathy shows through in our content, and we didn't get to do it on mic in the beginning the most because we had the energy to create, but we're too fucking like loose, so like we had to wrangle it in personally and still did it off mic and still acted like we were on mic. And then now over the course of the road to #1, I think I really found my voice, even though there's a lot of mania in there. It's Pac-mania because I'm trying to have this insurmountable pressure on myself of all these goals I haven't even quantified to you, or I don't have to because you can watch every single episode. I've always streamed this live. I've always, whatever gap from when this game first started, whatever gap that's happened for the lead, that when I went for it and declared I was going to go for it over 16 days ago, when I Babe Ruth this bitch, I literally said to myself, hey, if I get it and I just never let somebody get it after me, then I will have created the legacy that in case it's crazy, I know the stretch goal is 1,000 days then. Because if it's 3 years, then that's 1,000 days. If I just play it every day and stay in the lead, it's fucking possible now. They had the chance to stay in the lead, and I played with everybody at launch, and like I've quantified that my life has been in the way that on my extra time I've made the barterment with the universe about it. And also I still have the Vid-Bits programming block. I do all these other things, and I still have these other projects that I want to fit in my sections of the programming block, so I cannot just do this full time. But when I can do this as my career full time, if you guys want to support me, I can do Chomp Champs 8 hours of my day and still be able to do 8 hours of Vid-Bits day and still have, or at least 6 and 6, and then have a little bit more life balance, but still create 2 shows for Chomp Champs every day, still worry about forming the E-League, getting father-son gaming going on, and also getting so people can get this league filled up, or when I'm featuring you, you can self-activate your belief in yourself as a pro gamer, and I can treat you like a pro gamer by respectfully not, at the beginning, all I'm asking is for cross promotion, the Vid-Bits, and getting things flowed back into everything, because how our community split is, which again, if I haven't clarified, you're just coming in, we do 80% the community, 20% for us, as far as like a 10% each split. The only caveat is being in this first project, everything that's flowed into our coffers so far we're going to use for the Nintendo Switch to its accessories and all the games and try to get them all. And then the overflow, I guess if we're saying 80-20 there, is if there's overflow in that initial thing, then you guys are going to get a bunch of prizes out of that money, like we're going to keep buying all the games for it and shit, whatever it is. And then we'll start over at a neutral rate there. Like, we'll then, see what goes in there then. Again, I need that money to live. But we've made the contract with the universe that we're going to use it for our community first, because we also need the Switch 2 when it comes out and all the content, so we can bring you our style of delivering it. We're delivering our content creation flow depends on not being tethered to consoles and shit. We're obviously not going to buy an original Neo Geo, even though it'd be great to have it, but that's such a fucking waste versus it costs that much money to get a current generation console, so we can just be non-biasing and covering it. Even if that means that we're buying the fucking same game over several consoles to be like, when people are arguing about it. That's why I would love to play this on the Switch, and I'm publicly only criticizing it based on what other people said. I haven't experienced it, so maybe there'll be a subs thing on the Chomp Champs for the Pops Place channel. It would be like Dad casually ranks up on Switch, and it's just like, because people are shitting on his performance issues, well, I'll be able to attest to it when I try it. But I also have to make sure that I'm considering that I'm in the best, bandwidth and all that other shit, stuff we're still modestly being funded to perform and do, The sponsor that I'm living with is just about done with everything, but I've bottomed out even with my funds, so I don't even know when I'm going to live to continue the content, so I'm going to try my best to just kind of navigate things as it goes, but I also know that there's no continuing to live my normal job right now to be able to do all the things I believe I'm supposed to do for the culture not just play Pac-Man professionally, but get over different ways that the content can be structured on YouTube, and reactivate and wake up and bring out a semi-retirement. Some of these people that people love that are doing this shit, or let them know like some people already know how to do it a healthy way, to have that healthy work-life balance, and also care about through our example that you can fucking do shit and not care if you're monetized. It's like, I still don't know if all the passion I poured into the Brave project today, that I spent the money for, didn't have, spent it. I could publicly show the receipts of my bank account and shit, but I'm just not going to do that. I just, you either believe me or you don't. I'm not doing it because we're getting paid enough. We're not getting paid enough to do it, but for some reason I keep just fucking tapping myself out. Just tapping myself out, man. And it's just because it's amazing that when you wipe the fuck out, and the next day you're like, how the fuck am I able to do it again? And then like one of our people donated enough money where Braden was able to get the DLC for this thing that we were like, okay, I wonder how we're going to do the DLC. He didn't say we need the money for the DLC. He didn't say, I don't know how we're going to pay for it. The conquest was he was going to do it, so we just talked about it, and like it just happened. Because we were believed that the people want to see Braden go do Dark Souls 3, do the DLC, then do Elden Ring, and then get to the DLC. And we have really good timing here. So he didn't know that we were going to do that. He just knew that he wanted to play those games. I said, let's create the narrative as a conquest that you have to fucking just get there so it perfectly times up. So basically, the night before the DLC, he finishes like the last fucking thing he has to do with Elden Ring, and the next day he loads it up, because lots of people are going to do it. Are they going to do it with the momentum of like months and months? You can see in the folder like him building his skills and the community being with him, and him rising and falling and rising and falling, doubting himself. How any gamer that would see this product and then fucking be able to know that even if it's not for me, I can live vicariously through that. That's what we bring to creative process, and we produce here at a level where, if you look at it, it's different. We're a little bit different. It doesn't mean other people don't create. It doesn't mean people don't care. It doesn't mean people aren't trying to change the industry in their own way. But we're a little bit different in the way that we do it, because if we try to do herd mentality, you guys have shown herd mentality is not evolving the fucking structure at all. So we want to evolve the structure, but in a way where we fucking are not disruptors to the point where we can't get the brand deals to fucking survive, because God knows I only have so much possessions. That's now a timer that's flipped over, and now I'm quitting my job. I'm doing a 2-week notice to them when I go work my shift tomorrow. That's a ticking timer, because of how much money that's going to come in. And I have very limited people that are willing. The people that really know now would give me money if they had it. So they're going to try the way that they can to support it. And then people that I'm with are unfortunately too old to understand that it's finally clicked. And then, if as long as they can help me out with food, because we're really low on food, and I just need a better sleeping situation in these gaming chairs and stuff. But I digress. I'll try my best to figure that out by selling as much of this shit as possible. But, having these great games and stuff around me inspires me. And I know it's artifacts and stuff, but a lot of it, it's like the collection has just been really meaningful. But if it means that selling the stuff off makes it so that I have the ability to stave off until we start rolling more monetarily and find the right sponsors that suit us, then that's the martyrdom I'm willing to make in the sacrifice for the culture. So being able to start the E-League with Chomp Champs and getting everybody recognized in a way where they can, even if they don't want to go to events and they can't fly out, because we can't afford any of that yet. None of that. It would basically be like, hey, this is this person. Then if you click on them on the website, it goes to their YouTube and it shows all of them playing, all the times that they played, who they chomped, what level, how they leveled up today, because all the climb that I did, because they could look and do exactly what I did. So I pretty much set the example of what I did, and I don't care if you copy that, because it's my journey and it's personal. It's a personal allegory. It's not, it's like Braid. It's how you feel about it. So it's you also playing Pac-Man and trying to shut me the fuck up, and you can if you beat me, but you can't right now unless you are MintDaddyPig, which is the only person that's close. He's the only person that's close in the world. But what is this? Yeah, he's the only person that's close in the world. But when I get way far ahead, then I can spend time on the other divisions. Like, I want to know more about Nest's skill. He just started. He could be the next awesome person. An unsafe mosey. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get to do that yet. But even if you look at this and you're like, well, Brian, at the end of the bronze deal, there's only a couple thousand people. So what? These couple thousand people still spent $20 on this game, and that's the great beauty of it. If it was a free game, then I wouldn't be able to have more connection to these people that I know love Pac-Man enough to spend $20 on him. So, like, it's like when we tipped Thor, and he gave you the key to the fucking Twilight. It's the same fucking thing. Sometimes you have to put a little bit of investment in yourself to try to be great. Now these people could try to be great and shut my fucking mouth and say that they're the first people to do it. That's why my titles have greatness to them. They have weight to them. And that's why the cockiness is hard to shut down. But I have a hard time doing that when I'm one of the best people in the world at Pac-Man. Not the best, but the person that possibly is the best doesn't shut me up. And until then, I am the best. I am the Chomp, the Chompster, the Chompmeister, El Chompo. I am fucking the Chomp Man, the Pac-Man. I am fucking the Pac-Maniac, the triple fucking champion, the Eastern Division, and also the United States, but the global champion. So I have all the belts, the 3 belts. I'm trying to make as many belts as I can, so I can be like Ultimo Dragon and just have all these belts dripping off. And if they don't send them to me, I will literally make them all so I can have the picture and be like, here's the one because I'm in the Eastern Division, here's the one because I'm in the entire United States, here's the one because I'm on top of the world, and then I'll get another one made that's just to simplify them all. And just like, because also because of like Roman Reigns, and like at him, like, hey Joe, what do you know? You can't beat me at Pac-Man, bro. That'd be funny. Funny shit. But you could be Fine Spring instead of Fine Spring being about it. You could be Fine Spring, chomp me right there, and then have it on your YouTube. Hey, I chomped the Vid-Bits and shut him the fuck up. That's really my point, guys. I'm trying to do it like that in a way where then people can't be like, this game failed. Well, it will take a while, I think, because it stayed around for about 3 years when I was on Stadia and it had a very limited reach. This is available on Steam, Xbox, PlayStation, and also Nintendo Switch. So you have many different platforms. You have no reason to not try to shut me up. Spend 20 bucks, pony up. 22 bucks or whatever with tax. When I get codes, we'll do giveaways and stuff, and I'll be able to fucking have you able to just every night, just when I'm doing the talk show, just you can grind it second screen and just know like, man, I'm catching up a little bit. This person isn't. You guys start competing within yourselves, get this fucking fervorous pack fever, this fucking, but also know that people are like watching you. There's eyes watching you where they're like, that person can be great. That person's the next pro gamer that you don't know. And maybe there's somebody like me, because you could think I'm just great at this game, but you don't know that I'm in the fucking top 10 for speedrunning DuckTales the game for the Disney Afternoon Collection, and me and my son are both in the top 20 in the world on that. And you can go check that and check the links to that and stuff on the page. So that's just the tip of the iceberg here. So maybe you're the next person that when we find out that you're great at Pac-Man, that we go back and we look at your page and we can find out that you're also great at other shit. And you're accessible. You're not you're anti-gatekeepers like us, where you're willing to like iron sharpens iron tech and not be a total dick about it. So that's also why we respect people that can go and use this platform to do that kind of stuff, because ultimately we believe that that's what it should be used for. So when you don't use when you do not miss your chance to blow, But where it looks like he's slowed down a little bit, which is maybe. Just don't look at the win-loss record. I know that I got 8 more wins than him, but I have 10,000 more rating, and that's really what matters. That's what equates how much time, because every you can do about 12 wins an hour, and that's about 1,000 ratings. So I'll show you the math, and eventually you'll be able to follow along and see how many hours we're ahead. But the goal is to get so far ahead that we don't have to worry about it, so we can focus on great people like Kofi and Avi and Socrates and Mothership and people that have been working their way up. But there's so many divisions, and I would like to be able to have the time to focus on them all. So that's the most important part about it. And also, again, not to stress you guys at Bandai Namco, but I'm doing all this for free, and I'd love to be paid for my work in the form of a sponsorship, so me and my son can eat better, and I can continue to do that and help mature a community for you that will also make you more money. So I guess if that's the pitch as to why you should text me tomorrow or call me tomorrow, so we can get the contract and then get people fervorously on fire about how the reason why we've just had the guts to throw a sponsorship out there made sense to a game that we're wrecking on all your platforms. So there's that. Pac-Maniac. I'm going to move in silence. We're still packing away. If you're just tuning in and you're hanging out with the Chomp Champ, it's Brian from the Vid-Bits, and we are hanging out with regular OG Pac-Man, the man himself, a little bit after his birthday, and we are rocking and rolling, wrecking it through the mazes, and I hope that you're having a good day as we're chomping through, and we're trying to make history as we use our platform to motivate you to do your things and do them well, and do a little bit more every day. Plant those seeds and water them, baby. And know that when we go viral and we do all this with our platform, that we're going to use it for you, the community, the people that really believe in us. You know who you are. Thank you so much, because we have finally made it. And you know I'm at that point today, and I'm celebrating because I'm putting in 2 weeks on my shit job. That's not that they're shitty, but when you have to work in society and do the things that's not your dream, that's what I call it a shit job. It doesn't mean that I still wasn't living my dream as my regular job, because I was popping popcorn at a movie theater and I fucking loved it. I love talking about movies and it was great. But we're at the point now where I'm going to be living my real dreams by helping start an e-league and getting recognition through using Pac-Man to heal communities and make people live their dreams too, by knowing that they too can, within undeniably impossible odds, leap past the pack, so to speak, and become number one in the United States and also number one in the entire world, and amazing characters such as this Pac-Man's game, and then also right synchronicity with his 44th birthday, and you couldn't have asked for it. You couldn't have said anything would have happened. It's lightning in a bottle. We try not to talk about too much, but I've had confirmation for so many people, so I know where I'm at. And you know, when you're about to feel like you're about to get struck by lightning, you just keep going, baby. So I'm like, okay, here we go. So we're doing the A-League because it makes the most sense that these people that are doing great things for speedrunning cultures and also leaderboard board pursuing, people get to know that there's people like me that spend time to micromanage those movements, and you know, there's a real sport there that's being missed out to be like tracked and stuff in a way that's not just quantifiable by leaderboards that are on a website that's moving up. And sometimes people don't know that there's more of a interest in that IP to do that, and that's not really actuated, so we can create these individual communities that are passionate about these projects and get them going, where people are fervently feeling amazing about being able to be gamers and recognized in a world class way. So there's so much more that the Vid-Bits are about. You probably don't know how to handle it right now. That's fine. We're a little bit different. We love all of you guys in your own individual way. We are non-denominational. We are non-political. We are just here for the gamers. So we will respect what they think about what we're supposed to do for them first and foremost. That's why we're fervently starving, because most gamers do. We're starving and we're still trying to create and paint and be, you know, Rembrandt. We're trying to paint in our own specific ways with these controllers, and in this case, we like to actuate in a way where it's more cinematic and more personal, especially as empaths. So I highly suggest you check out the Braid episode I did today for a series we do called Game a Day May, where we feature a different game every day in the month of May. And this year the theme was indie games, and Jonathan Blow's Braid had an anniversary edition come out recently, and we thought that needed some love because it really wasn't the first and foremost the front of the battlefield of making indie games feel more than just somebody cheaply trying to cash in some sort of cheap shovelware way, where they put the time and attention in making something that's a masterpiece that we presented a little bit differently today, so that you felt the feels that you should feel, and also try not to go too deep in it, so that out of respect to him that you'll buy it and then not have it spoiled for you by us, because it's really at the end of the day how you feel about it in a game like that matters. So I highly suggest you check out that episode, if not anything else for that, and that maybe be the little seed that I plant that makes you check out some more Game a Day May. And it's okay, there's an option to do that too, because we're going to do it every day for the rest of May, and then unfortunately that whole event will be over for this year, because it's kind of like our big game, our WrestleMania, if you will. It's the end of our season for our content as far as events go, but then we have another one coming up in October that we've been talking about a little bit, where we play spooky stuff all of October, and that's going to be launched this year. So like think if you're thinking about, you know, professional wrestling, there's like going to be like the pay-per-views. Instead of having it every month, there'll be big events, and like it'll be every 3 or 4 months. So this big event it happened to be me doing this new thing that we do, which is the Conquest, which is Bray's journey from Dark Souls 3 to the end of Elden Ring complete, to, you know, and mine was the Pac-Man, try to get #1 in the world. Braden is going to be starting it's pretty much finished Dark Souls 3 and the DLC around the same time that I got #1 in the world, which is also when indie games were being featured the most. But we had already fleshed out the concept of Game of Day May, but then they have stuff like Braid coming out, so it's an indie game, so we're starting to be topical about it. Charlie's talking about, so it's topical. So we're also doing those things selflessly, so if you demonetize us about those videos, we're just going to keep them up because we love the game. We love the games. We're featuring them for whatever reason, and we're not looking up if whether or not it should be monetized first. We're just like, Maximum right now, Pow Boom, this deserves the love, and people should know about it. So if we're not just like, the Vid-Bits, they're all about the game. That's what it is. Whatever. The whole game, the gamer culture, we're about the game. So when you see us, I hope that you know that we're a little bit different like that. So all those things coming together, nobody could have saw that coming. Also correlating with it being Pac-Man's 44th birthday, and I started the event of trying to become #1, 2 weeks before his birthday, but I could have started it 3 weeks before his birthday, and it wouldn't have meaned as much because I would have been with the pack. Instead, I did what, correlating to what was the first video game cutscene, the chase. I, had to chase it and chase it hard to the point where there's a point where any normal person would have given up. And that you quantifiably can see it with the leads. And when I've shown you the math of how long that was hours-wise, you can tell how bad I wanted it. You could see when we started competing in real time, and you can see me take the championship and now run away with it, while I'm also combating my real-life stress to not being able to afford to keep doing this. And at the fact of I'll lose all the championships, and if I just keep it, then I can start this great legacy like a Bruno Sammartino and just be like heralded as Pac-Man, the guy that kept it from his 44th to his 45th birthday. Could you imagine that? And then when it starts getting up in the news and the people keep talking about this game, so now my dream has evolved from being the Pac-Man champion of the world to keeping it for a whole year, bros. Like, I never could have dreamed that. So yeah, this is my full-time job now. I just also have to work as the Vid-Bits because that's my other job. So now my normal job is the Vid-Bits, which I love. And my dream job is being Pac-Man World Champion, which I also fucking love. My life is sublime, it's gloriously superb, but I still am starving every day, bros. So at the end of the day, what I'm fucking saying is do what you're passionate about long enough to fucking make it so your normal job replaces it, but know that when the balance part happens, when it finally lines up when you're about to flip into the fucking thing that you want to do, it's gonna feel manic as fuck because you don't, who knows what it feels like before you finally get to do what you want to do for your dream job as your fucking full-time job. Who knows that? Because the people that do, they think I'm wigging out, and they're the only people that think I'm wigging out. But people that are being checked about it, those people fucking don't know how to perceive my energy. They don't know how to deal with it. They get fucking they get manic. So I can basically make Pac-Man fever, and not get paid by fucking them by just existing, and because I love Pac-Man and I always have, and everybody knows me, knows I have. And those people can be interviewed like, yeah, he's always fucking like Pac-Man before this movie was even announced. I played it for fucking 20 plus years in the cave and barely got the good scores on the regular arcade game, but the mechanics are there enough to make me perform well at a battle royale. All the things, every fucking thing, we are all the things, man. We deserve all the things. All the prizes go in one cup, man, and we are the cup, and all these different prizes are different things that fucking fell in place at the same time. And again, I am not bigger than the Vid-Bits, but Braden had prepared me for this because he told me you have to make sure that you think it's about you too, and I really was fucking bartering that because the Vid-Bits is what got me here. The motivation and the desire to be the best I can for the fucking gamers and the culture. That's why I can talk to a guy like Mega Ran and we can fucking have such a great conversation, and he thinks I'm relatable because he knows I'm here for the culture. And the gaming culture also kind of subverts into the wrestling culture anyways, so I can't wait to talk to people that's going to help me structure out this league because I know they got connections, and now that I got the voice, I hope that I can fucking get to the reach of them. Maybe that's who I need to network with. Like, Xavier Woods, I respect the shit out of you. So if I can fucking talk to you and you can help me flesh this out and we can get this shit fucking rolling even further, I'm also I've been transparent who else I've reached out to. Like, I respect Pirate Software, anything we can do with you guys. I respect Moist Critical, anything we can do with you guys. So Xavier, anything I can do with you guys. Obviously Mega Ran, anything we can do with you guys. Those are the main people I feel safe with, and Jinko as well. If you guys know me, you know I wear Jinko all the time, and I have for fucking over 7 years in Hamilton. Like, I've wrapped the same pair of brews for fucking 7 years. So the sevens are just all over the place, guys. So please, I'm not appealing to any of you in a begging way. I'm just saying if I can get sponsorship in a way where the money's there, where it's not affecting anybody's quality of life or taking any money out of your pockets or making you unhappy, I would love to have some, or at least better gaming chairs, fucking a couple laptops for settings for streaming setup, so you guys can start to see how awesome we can produce. I'm working this hard out of next to nothing and almost bottom barrel to fucking be the best Pac-Man player in the world. And that's all I've ever wanted in my life, is to be recognized as a world-class gamer. and my son is just so fucking amazing. And so by proxy, then we'll all start to shine, and we can show what father-son relationships can be and how they can heal. We can all heal from generational trauma, but we can also fucking show that it matters that when you get that time to influence somebody, whether or not you're in the highest platform as a Pac-Man player or somebody walking around your local neighborhood repping the wrong something to drink or the wrong thing to eat because it's making you unhealthy, but somehow you're set in an addiction cycle, so maybe if you put it down, other people would too. Accountability is key. That's the key of the Twilight, buds. Let's fucking go. Let's go, chat. I wish there was more of you in here. There will be one day, but the people that are in here, I appreciate you. I love you guys. I'm doing this for all of us. I'm doing this for the gamers. I'm doing this for the culture. I know it seems kind of crazy because you never know when you're right around somebody that's about to get, you know, hopefully some sort of traction about the things that they're doing and wondering why they're programmed that way. It was all just a puzzle that was coming into place. So I think everybody that's ever been a fucking factor of moving any of those pieces into slots. So thank you so much. I'm hyped, so I'm going to go off stream now for a second as far as talking goes, and we're just going to slip into the stream and move in silence. I appreciate you guys. Chomp champ. Thank you guys if you're just tuning in. It's Chomp Champs and it's me, the Chomp Champ, the champion, the Pac Maniac, the Triple Champ. I have the Eastern United States Championship, or also the United States Championship as a whole, and also the Global Championship. You can see right there, it says on the left, Personal Best Local, which is the U.S. Eastern Division, Personal Best Global, which is number 1. So only rival to MintDaddyPig, my rival, who's now letting me get a little bit more of a lead. We're now slipping to, we're about an hour and a half ahead of him when we were competing against each other head to head. I hope that you are having fun today and know that I'm living my dream being Pac-Man right around the week of his birthday, the best Pac-Man, the only one that's actually skinned just like Pac-Man, because if you go into the cosmetics, this game's all about switching up with the, sweet little suits and stuff. You got different masks and glasses and stuff like that, and instead of doing that, I've always just been the regular Pac-Man. I've never skinned up. I've done it because I feel like it's for Pac-Man himself, and it makes it so that he stands out and is basically getting to be authentically himself, and we enjoy doing that. It's nothing against skinning up, and we think it's cool when you do. It just is our own little gimmick, trying to be our own little deal and bring attention to Pac-Man, and it just coincides with his 44th birthday and all the media they're doing with him. So hopefully, Pac-Man, you know that we love you at the Vid-Bits. We gave you the throne of the world. I have all the belts, and nobody's going to come close to stopping us except for MintDaddyPig. And if we can get to the point where we get the lead we think we're going to, we're not going to have to worry about him coming back for us anytime soon. He'll be demotivated, I think. The only person that we're worried about for the United States Championship is the Western Division champion, Kofi YT, who is now chasing us for his United States Championship back, and then also trying to put his his name in the ring for the Global Championship, which I believe, if I did look back, he probably was the Global Champion at one point, but I'm not sure. He's definitely one of the original OGs that got the pre-order deal where he paid the extra money. So I know he's a super Pac-maniac to do that. So to me, to be able to beat these people and to have the lead and to keep going against them and to do it for Pac-Man, to do it for America, to do it for the United States, I think it's one of the situations where I'm blessed to be in this position, because I know that will inspire people to do great things, and I'm willing to not lose right now. So just know that when you watch me play, and I'm also spending time talking to you, and I'm doing all these things, I'm more worried about how the message of the conversation comes across. And I'm sorry anybody that were offended on the Pac-Mania road where I was trying to get to number 1. It was a lot of stress. I put myself under a lot of physical and mental endurance to try to also not neglect a lot of my social contracts during that time. But ultimately, I know some relationships may have been strained, but maybe that's for the best. So sometimes we don't know those type of things until they happen, and that's best. That's also tree trimming too. So thank you for exposing yourselves to those people, and you may or may not know who you are. And that's the whole thing when you do the post. And it's just a broad generalization post, but you really are calling out somebody specific. It's not like that, but if you take it a specific way, at the end of the day, it's how you feel about it. So that's what it is. We're using our platform for betterment, trying to make sure that you guys actuate yourselves and basically use the time that you hear me to use. I'm going to use the voice that's calm as much as I can, except for when a game makes me rage out. And that's why maybe Pac-Man is a great vehicle where I can talk to you guys and self-actuate. So if it's a hypnosis, I'm sorry, it's not meant to be. It's just, I'm telling you, start doing something fun again. I'm telling you, start doing what you think you wanted to do when you were a child again. I'm telling you, you can fit it in your daily schedule. I'm telling you, you can sacrifice the money to make it happen. I'm telling you, you can put in the time to allow it to happen. And I'm telling you, the only doubt that you have is whether or not you can consider yourself accountable for why you don't. So take that how you will, as I now move in silence a little bit more, and I'm sad that my music has cut out, and I have to figure that out. So I love you guys. We'll keep going chomping. I'm back after some meditation and a little bit of snackage. Highly suggest you do that too. Keeps you focused, keeps you in the game. I got a little bit of freaking self-modding because Braden's out in the community doing great things, and I love him for that. I did some of that as well, and that's why we can continue to march on towards our first metric, which is 100,000 rating. We're gonna have to do some computations. We'll end the stream right before we get to that. I'll throw up another one so that there can be some sort of momentous symbol talking about what 100,000 is versus what we're gonna go moving forward, creating these metrics. I'm gonna go and look. I'm gonna look and see how the prizes progress, so I can also split off different rating metrics, so it's its own mini game, as well as the fact that I'm pretty quantifiably the richest person in this game, because I have I'm not rich in real life. I really wish I had the money to start making the moves for the company, but I'm still now still diversifying all these goals, which are just amazing, because dreams upon dreams, guys. We're stacking them. I got 208,395 pack coins. I've already spent the money to get all of the stuff in the eShop, so I can tell you when you add all that stuff up, I've almost got now 300,000 total at level 26. I'm sorry, 29. And then if you look at it, I am almost halfway through to level 30. I'm the highest level player in the game, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to hit all these metrics and be the first person to do it. There may be a way to grind more experience points, so I may not actually be the highest level because people do more missions and stuff, but I'm pretty sure. Definitely pretty sure I have the most money, but maybe not. I don't know. Other neat little metrics we're hitting with this Pac-Man game. It's big and huge, the people that care about it, but it's nothing at all the people that don't, and it's fine. We all activate in different ways. I didn't think it was going to happen to me through Pac-Man. My mom kind of did, I guess. Again, it was in my baby book about how I obsessed about Pac-Man as an infant, and you know, it's crazy that it would come to fruition in this form. I really wish my mom would have been around to see this, but I think that she does somehow.
thinking, Chad, I'm gonna look at the ratings, right? And we're gonna reset my brain. 100K is the first one it's another one that only me and one other person's even come close to. You know, I think he hit 80,000 first, but I hit 90,000 first. He caught up. He had a couple metrics first, being that he'd been MintDaddyPig, because we're up in this other stratosphere. So even if the whole world is me and MintDaddyPig competing against each other, at this point it is. Out of 2,500 people, if we're looking at this realistically, because I'm not trying to be cocky, I'm just trying to help you compartmentalize how I can be a champion. This is the road to number one. Because somebody else eventually will be number one. Because nobody can be number one forever unless I am. So if I am, I'm going to do the first perfect Pac-Man game, which is almost from launch to when it's done. So like that would be the kill screen. If this game gets shut down, then that's the kill screen. If I eventually have to move on to other projects and I'm bored with it, that's the kill screen. But right now the kill screen for me would be, I don't know, let's say right now the kill screen for me is, the first potential kill screen for me will be, I don't know, 10,000 or 100 was it? 100,000? A million rating. So if I get to a million rating, that'll be the kill screen. If the game shuts down, that'll be the kill screen. And if somebody beats me, I'll be fired up. And if you guys populate this game, which I hope you will, that'll be fucking awesome. I have a lot more competition. But until then, I'm going to be on the grind as a professional Pac-Man player. I'm going to go around and get Pac-Man his due in 2024. That's been my dream, to be a professional gamer, and I really am a world-class gamer anyway, so to be able to go around and spread joy with Pac-Man, because again, at the end of the day, I'm going to put Pac-Man is going to be the period at the end of the sentence, because I go around and now I've finally honed it in where I'm so infectious with energy and joy about being able to have done this and just dreamed big my entire life, and finally found that I could be the one about something, that I can just fucking go around and talk to people face to face now and be selfless enough where, even though I'm already an empath, so I already give almost everything I have every day and wipe out every day for everyone else, even to my detriment, because I can't see people suffer. I love when I can relate to them, and I almost always can, because I've done a lot of different jobs and I know a lot of people done a lot of different jobs. But to be in a situation where literally I can now go around and listen to them and just be like, okay, besides whatever you're doing in commerce or whatever you're doing, I know this is not your dream job, because I'm not meeting you in a mom and pop store. You want to see people living their dreams. They're living in a mom and pop store. If they're doing something like they're creating a great game or something, you may not see them because they're around in a cave, because they have to fucking move in silence to get a lot of the work done. Like right now, I have to put a lot of work done to get so far ahead so I can keep this as a platform for my voice, for me and for the Vid-Bits and for Braden. I think it's more important that I do this as a full-time job to get there, so that I can then take the time to start the E-League, make it so that I get appreciation to all these other. I used to think, okay, moving up, there's a Bronze League, okay, in a game like this. And again, you're look at what I'm doing for our brand and how I'm producing this, okay. I'm producing all of the Chomp Champ stuff, obviously. So this is not a slight against Braden or how we're producing as the Vid-Bits. It's just, as a gamer, I've now been able to make this a story. I keep saying watch the other shit. Most of the time people are gonna be like, that's the grind. Yeah, that's the fucking grind. It's the grind, guys. I've had to sacrifice a lot of life energy to be here, to have a platform, to be the best. So if you take about what we're doing here with the Vid-Bits, trying to be the best at bottoming out every fucking day and wiping out financially and wiping out everybody around us, I still have people that are doubting me that know I'm on the right path because they're emotionally drained, and now they're so drained that they're like, okay, let me see the money. So again, sponsors, I just want to fill up a fucking bucket full of $10,000 at least and give it just straight to my grandmother, and I would still do that first, even though I need to eat. That's where I'm at with it, to make sure I can start to pay back the people that put me here. I go around town on my bike. I don't know how to drive because I have a phobia of it. I go around on my bike, or I walk around so I can fucking make connections and still stay human and have human connections. But now I started to luckily get my community to come around, and they're starting to come from all over the place. And then I actually decided to network on my hometown last, because I don't want the fake people to be here, because I want people to know that I'm all for human connection that's genuine. And I know that I've made mistakes, but I don't need any fucking people jumping on now that, didn't really believe in me. And if we did have a misunderstanding, I am man enough to fucking shut the fuck up and say I was wrong. But most of the time, both people are wrong. It takes two people to have an argument. It takes two people to not one walk away and the other one deal with it, because most of the time that person chases after them and all that shit. So, at the end of the day, I want you guys
to know that I'm so transparent. It's like almost to a fault. I don't care about getting the money the wrong way. It's always going to be about the right way. We're always going to be giving an 80-20 split back to the community after we pay for all of our staff, all of our needs, and then me and Braden each pay each other 10%. So the 80% keeps the company, and part of that 80% will always go into the philanthropy, which is the members of the Vid-Bit Fun Club that are subscribers, and also people that are in the memberships tier, so that everybody feels like they have an equal chance and to like live their dreams. At least, oh, I need a PC. Like right now, I need a fun club or something to like. I need to have this foundation I've created out of nothing that I'm still going to give everything back into. Because when we get the Switch out of the first, I think I have $90, so we haven't even gotten the ability to cash out yet. But when we get to the $100, I'm still not cashing out until the Switch 2 comes out, and then I'm going to be able to get all that. And I'm not shilled for Nintendo. We're just doing it because that'll be the newest console that's come out that we don't have. But I always thought it'd be awesome that you could do the thing where you have all of the content for it when it comes out, so we can just socket all of that month into just doing what we do, how we do our programming schedule, and me and Braden tackle games individually and then together and just have fun and show you guys and showcase all of that together as the Vid-Bits, because that would be just as like a dream now. That's new dreams. I'm putting new dreams. I'm a YouTuber that's not getting paid enough to survive, but I'm still doing this. They trust us. And I'm also fucking like now about to quit my regular job. I'm putting my 2 weeks in tomorrow and still trying to barter with the universe that I have a 12-hour shift that I have to get through, full transparency, and that's enough that if they do the math of 144 games, it's a possibility. They did 144 games and min-max the entire time I'm at my shoot job, and I come back, I'm not going to be undefeated, undisputed global champion anymore. Now, will I be able to get the belt back before Memorial Day? Yeah. Am I going for different fucking crazy metrics? Yep, because if you don't push yourself beyond your limits, even when you're at your limits, you're not Goku. I'm the fucking Goku of Pac-Man. So I have now pushed myself to my limits. I'm now saying nope, not just 10,000, not just 100,000. The person to do it. Nope, the first person to do 200, 300, 400, 500. And you guys can't catch me. So I am going to hit those gates. I'm going to hit those gates. Unless somebody's fucking training and hitting off on an off cycle, I'm going to hit these gates. Now that I'm going to play this professionally and then sell all my possessions until the point where I can't fucking do it, I don't think I can be any more of a Pac-maniac. And I'm still going to be doing it healthily, because I have to work with the Vid-Bits with Braden and do some of the content that's with there, and I also have to sleep and try to spend some time with my loved ones, bike around town. I'm doing all those things too. That's how you do a fair work-life balance. But it doesn't mean that we're now hitting the walls financially that we don't need help. I need 2 gaming chairs. I need 2 laptops that are great, that at least can do editing and or handle the streaming, so that we can then afford the bandwidth increase, so that we can stream simultaneously, and all the little stuff like I don't know, like webcams and stuff, so you can stuff like the see like this chief, see him go around. We can put a GoPro on his neck and you can see him walk around the lab and stuff. Well, not necessarily that. I'm not sure. I want to make sure I don't quantify that until we get more cleaned up around here, because it's just like bare bones operation. We're doing the best we can. But the alternative to that is I'm going to just start selling the possessions that I have that are trinkets and video game related stuff to be able to keep this going, because I got to keep this Pac-Man thing going, at least if anything else, because I'm #1 in the world now, and who wants to lose that when you could potentially just be, like I said, the Bruno Sammartino of something, and it happens to be Pac-Man. If I can do it a whole year, I'll have the legacy of doing it from him moving 44 to 45 and be the person in elite. So I have more stretch goals, and it makes it so I have to play this at least a 6 to 8 hour day every day as Pac-Man to fucking be able to at least have a chance of living this awesome dream of being the #1 and going video game history, which is all I've ever wanted to do, is be a world-class video gamer. And now, again, I get to show that to you as part of the Vid-Bits with Braden, and it's just so awesome. I hope that you're enjoying watching me continue to dominate for you as your global Pac champion, the triple Pac, the Pac Maniac, because I have the Eastern Division of the U.S. and also the U.S. overall, obviously, and then the global championships in Pac-Man, Megatunnel Battle, Chomp Champs for all the platforms, but I'm playing specifically on the PlayStation platform. And eventually, if you guys I have stretch goals as getting so big that I can let this simmer and start my Johnny Monad 777 account on one of the alt platforms, and then just compete against myself, because that's how competitive I am. Like if it was a competitor, if it's like a professional wrestler that played an alt gimmick under a mask, and then they kept feuding, and then they eventually get ranked up in the rankings where they were facing the champion they also happen to be, but now they have to have that match. Then it'll be like, oh, I'm #2, and I'll be like, yep, that's me. And the people that know that Johnny Monad is really just Brian that's just egotistically trying to see how well it performs for thousands of matches because he's crazy, because he's that much of a pack maniac. But again, all things that don't affect stuff like me playing Dave the Diver more than it already has, unfortunately, and then doing some of the co-op stuff I do with Braden, which is the zombie stuff and the Castle Crusher speedrun that we're working on right now. And the separate streaming situation will help us so I can do the Pac-Man stuff whenever I want and never bother him. I want to make sure that he can do whatever he wants and never bother him. I know that that's the main stress right now he's worried about because I'm taking off of this and we only have one streaming setup that's going to mess things up. And the back's been against the wall because we've done Game of Day May and we did it all year last year and I beat a bunch of games and we still got the thing in the can before midnight. Now this year, it's been good because the streaming is more settled and we found our voice a little bit more. But the thing is now I'm trying to make sure I don't edge out the Game of Day May episode at least starting before midnight EST to make sure the streak's alive. And it has been, but it's been close a couple times. I was like, we weren't aware how the hell is it going to be close considering the fact that we didn't put that pressure against us last year. The pressure was insurmountable. We didn't have that pressure this year because the streaming was more stable, had the mic set up and shit like that. So, that's, I guess, another learning lesson for you guys. If you have all that adversity, you have two things that you can do. And like Danny that I just talked to earlier in the week told me, the only thing that you have to do is not quit. And because I haven't quit, that's the thing. And the only other caveat is the only time that you can quit in your life is what I'm going to do tomorrow when I switch my full-time job over to being a professional Pac-Man player and an inspirational figure representing Pac-Man across the world and just being your Pac-Man champion in the Americas and also the one across the globe. So, the Bruno San Martino Pac-Man, continuing to inspire people because I'm doing it every day now and I'm living my dream. So because I'm finally living my dreams, I can quit that job that is not being fulfilling. It's taking too much of my life force. I'd rather use that life force than translate it into time hanging out and chatting with you guys, playing Pac-Man and being the best in the world at it. So why would that be such a bad thing, even if I'm eating breadcrumbs every day? That's the beauty of it, guys. I know Pac-Man's like, what? Yep, waka waka, right? I have people that support me and I know that they will in the ways that they can, and I never want them to feel over encumbered. But if you have the ability to do that, please like, share, and subscribe at the very least. If anything else, if you don't like the content, then share it to somebody else, or let them know that it exists, that somebody is living their dreams and trying to help you actuate yours by motivating you to start to cultivate the things that you're interested in and love and share positivity with each other in any way that you can. Well, there we go. It's kind of like a weird, sometimes when the universe shifts in that way, that means I need to refresh the game. That way I can give more love to Bandai Namco Entertainment and is Amber playing with fire, but I don't know too much about them, so I haven't touted them too much, and because I'm not endorsed and sponsored by any of those things, the Vid-Bits are not sponsored, I'm not sponsored. I want you to know that we are pursuing active sponsorship by Bandai Namco Entertainment. So let me go ahead and refresh the game and we'll keep going. It's almost at, actually, you know what? Nope, we're going to call it at an even 6. It's Brian, and this has been this stream of Chomp Champs, and we'll be back after